Hey Angela, how are you today? I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you coming by. What you got going on today? What's happening, my lady? I enjoy watching you cook. There is nothing like a hot bath, honey. I know exactly what you mean. And what I am up to is getting stuff done around the house. Like right now, I got a load of laundry going. I just folded some clothes and I am trying to chill back in my life because I've been going for a lot of years, and I'm about to, well, due to medical, maybe. Oh boy, here we go with this because I struggle with it and I'm hard headed. I'm supposed to be retiring, even though I am not at retirement age, but because of medical issues in my job description, it's in the cards, or at least one of the jobs. I keep trying to work with them, you know what I mean, on with them, which is doctors. Let me just a little bit more of this, a little bit more than that. And, they say a soft, let me say, a hard head makes a soft, you know what. So with that being said, I promised myself that I'm not going to mess up. I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do because I've been in the making for this um probably more than 10 years ago, if I remember correctly. I don't want to tell a fib, but I was supposed to retire because of some serious things going on with my health and to stay, active and keep doing what I'm doing. And, by the time I reach retirement age, I'll be in some decent condition to enjoy it if I shut the show down now, if you get what I mean. Yeah, I tell you, with laundry, it seems to never be ending. Oh my goodness. And and it's not to complain, but for real, for real. It seems like every time you turn around, especially here, it's laundry, a lot of laundry, and the trash has to be empty more than usual. I don't know what that's all about, but yeah, so I know exactly what you're talking about. He said, I understand that retired early. Male carrier because of chronic pain syndrome. Oh my gosh. Are you reading my mind? Are you psychic? Oh my goodness, Angela. That's listen to me. And I'm not trying to because see when you talk like what not what I'm struggling with, but a lot of people don't understand that when if you're walking with God or whatever your religion is, if you have one, I'm not saying you, I'm saying people in general. What they don't understand is that when you speak about stuff, it's not that you're complaining. You're speaking out to help somebody else out, being honest about what you're going through, and you're living it. And the chronic pain, oh my gosh, you know what? I'm trying to think of what part of my body that don't have any, because people don't realize, like a lot of us, with our hopes and dreams that we had, whether it be, something that you went to college for years, something a trade that you took. A lot of our job descriptions physically damages us permanently. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I got a lot of different stuff that, we all can name. A lot of stuff where people were using their hands a lot back in the days with the old typewriters, and even now, currently with computers. Pain is the enemy. Let me tell you, it will shut you down and tell you who's boss. And then you got to think about what do you have to do to manage the pain. That's a whole nother medical issue within itself, because of the simple fact that the stuff that you take is always good and bad. I don't care what it is. If you're going through chemotherapy and radiation, obviously things like that are real serious, and they're there to help you, but they got to damage something good. And I believe that that's the truth for anything that you take. I don't care if it's just a Tylenol. After a while, we got to realize what's affecting our kidneys, livers. I mean, come on, let's be honest. Let's call a spade a spade. You get what I'm saying? And see, with me over here, I talk about everything, and I think a lot of people misunderstand me because I keep it real. And a lot of stuff that I speak on is not always my situation; it's situations that I dealt with, that I experienced. But the majority of the stuff is reality. And our reality is, when we're going through something, we like to talk about it. And pain will have you so bad that you can't even think straight, because it's a physical condition that affects you. And we all got different ways that it affects us. And like with me, I got so many, I can't even explain to you where I am. It seems like my whole body's coming to where I'm at least 90% disabled in one way or the other. And I mean serious business, both hands. If I start writing a book, and then we haven't even hit the internal organs and things of that, if you know what I mean. But a lot of times people don't pay attention, because I have somebody that comes on and visit, and they're going through a lot of issues, and the type of work that they were doing was helping somebody else out, but they ended up getting damaged permanently in the long run, and that was a physical therapist. The stuff that they had to do physically to help. Yes, yeah. I listen. Oh my gosh, crippling. Oh, Lord, let me tell you something. I got a cane in here I should be using. That's a whole nother issue with the back, the knees, the this, the that, and it's not to be exaggerated. It's not a joke. It's scary business. And like I said, a lot of the work that we do, just like I know a lot of guys that do all this construction work and stuff out here. If you see the condition that a lot of them are in due to their work description alone, has changed their whole life. And you got to look at, when a lot of us with certain work, it wears out your joints. And then you're running around trying to take something internal, then you want to put on some Bengade, and then that, whatever you're using, it's just, look, it's a side effect. You know what I mean? I mean, we're gonna do what we need to do no matter what it is, to try to relieve our pain and find some comfort. But at the same time, it's problematic. It messes with your life. And you know what people don't understand? I have a YouTuber on here that was talking about this type of stuff, and people seem to get offended if you say that you believe in God, but yet you're speaking, or you're complaining, or you're angry, or you're stressed out. Just because you have a relationship with God, that doesn't go away. And people don't get that. And I have one of my YouTubers that, I'm telling you, I promise you, I know that we got a million things that we're going through in life. Oh, let me read it. Okay. Went through a period in where I could not hold a fork, or, oh my gosh, true pain and weakness. It, it does get better when you quit. Alignment. Oh my goodness, honey. I am so sorry to hear that. I am so sorry to hear that, and I promise you, I understand that type of stuff, because I got and a lot of these folks out here with the carpal tunnel. Carpal tunnel is a nerve condition. You understand what I mean? And that messes you up. Even you got to consider when you jump in the car and trying to drive with carpal tunnel and certain issues with your hands, because that'll shut you down as well. Especially if you're saying you can't hold a remote control and a fork, that's saying something. And it's serious, because I can't think of too many jobs that you do, I mean, not even just jobs, like working, far as income, working your job. And then what about cleaning your house? Like you said, what about you want to click the remote control to change the TV? You need the fork to feed yourself. You don't want to have to, behave like a pet, unfortunately, and get down with your mouth in your plate, or have your husband, kids, or whoever you don't want that to happen, but it gets that critical. And I promise you, if I told you some of the stuff too, and I know you got some stuff, because see, what people don't understand is that when you explain what you're going through, oh, I know somebody worse than you. Oh, you think that's bad. It ain't, that's not it. This is not tic-tac-toe. When it comes to this, nobody wins. So there's no comparison to who, no, no. We all got something going on in a lot of ways, and it affects us differently or worse. Because I know there was this one lady, she said that she just had to get used to the fact that she can't use it. She's not gonna be able to use her legs no more. She said laundry and changing sheets are hard for me. How about you? Yeah, because it's the range of motion that it takes to do that kind of stuff. And then it's a shame too, because certain things you got to do and it hurts. It hurts. And with carpal tunnel, oh honey, let me tell you, let's walk down this scary path, and that pain travels too. And then with me, I ended up with a oh gosh, I messed around here. Oh boy, I got somewhere, I don't even know how. I feel so embarrassed to even say it, but I was in Walmart with a family member. Let me see. She said everyone has their own. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said people can't tell you that, oh, you think you got it. Well, look at Mary, or look at John, or look at Tom. That's not what we're speaking about. That's not what that means. What we're saying is everybody has their own story. You can't say that yours is worse than mine because you don't know how it affects me. Just like a lot of people will say, well, um, you're saying, they'll say to certain people, you're saying that you got a problem with your arm and you can't use your arm. Well, how about Mike? He's missing a whole arm. You can't compare that type of stuff like that, because that's not how it goes. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't seem to want to, understand that and respect it. They want to go over the top with it, and try to throw stuff at you to make you feel like your problem is less than theirs, when in fact we're all struggling some kind of way, and it's sad and it's painful, because I'm telling you, all of that stuff like that, especially things that seem like they shouldn't be that hard, it hurts, because whatever muscles and tendons and things like that, and knuckles and stuff. I'm just speaking, on the hand part. Even some people with their feet. It depends on what's your no, not your pleasure. You know how they always say, "What's your pleasure?" I say, "What's your pain?" You know what I mean? It's not a game. She said, "All right, has 5 types of tunnel." Oh man, ooh, a baseball pitcher. Oh, from throwing mail. And I have, and it's so weird that people don't believe it, but do you know how many? Oh my gosh, Angela, I'm sorry to hear that. And the thing too is, you know how many young guys and girls, even with me, coming up, that used to have a paper route. And when you start throwing that paper up on in the yard or on the porch, you know what I mean? She said, I need to just listen. I am getting my hands wet. Oh, yeah, do you know what I'm saying? How many people that I know that's had a steady paper route, and it depends on what city, state, town, country you live in. But a paper route used to run, because they didn't change how they do the newspapers these days, and hardly nobody is interested in a newspaper. But I know a lot of people that with kids and stuff, and adults though, any age that obviously you got to be the right age to be able to do a paper route when you're younger. But from being a teenager and having the paper route year round, after school, weekends, because it used to be newspaper delivered on Sunday as well. Folks are permanently damaged with their shoulder and arm, elbow, from throwing the newspaper 7 days a week. You know what I mean? So it ain't no joke. And then the Sunday paper used to be a lot thicker than the regular daily paper, because it had all your coupons and circulars in there, and cartoons. And I mean, this is we going back a lot of years as well. But people don't realize a lot of the work that we do to make a living, to be able to provide, to pay our mortgage, to put food on the table, will cost you in the long run, unfortunately, health wise, range of motion. You know what I mean? It's not a joke. I'm telling you, and when you look at people and their job description, just like a lot of people are nurses, they're in the hospital to help people. But do you know how much they do far as being on their feet all day, taking people and because I know that there's certain descriptions that nurses do, but nurses have to get down physical as well as a nurse's aide, far as moving people over a little bit and helping out in that way. And a lot of that stuff messes with every part of your body. I'm gonna be honest, especially some of the work we do messes with us physically and mentally. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't seem to take that seriously either. They just look at it as well, that's just that's them, and that's not just them. You know what I mean? It's we as a people in the world, we have to really take that stuff serious because it happens to all of us. It's not just certain people. And like I said before, you get tired of being in a situation where you're speaking about what you got going on in that carpal tunnel. You said you got tunnels, 5 different types. Oh my gosh. And oh, I feel, and you know what? This is where it gets me too, because I know when you have somebody to have something that you have and theirs is worse, you can imagine what they're going through. And I have some nice YouTube friends on here that I have met quite a few years ago when I had a totally different channel. And I listen to me, and I promise you, I'm not bragging or talking negative or anything like that. But the folks are going through. I'm talking about HE double hockey sticks. You hear me? I have seen so many families go through a crisis, and the thing is, this one is something that has been going on bad for more than one family member. And to be honest with you, it's like jeez, it's about what, 4 of them that are going through absolute heck. Hey John, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. I'm here chatting it up with Angela. I appreciate you stopping by. What you got going on? Me and her talking about, and I know you can get in on this, John, chronic medical issues. I'm not going to disclose, her business because she's right here in the chat if she want to elaborate on it or you want to stroll up because I try not to call nobody out. I'm not saying she's the type that bothers her, but I respect everybody. But we're talking about the troubles and the worries of life and physical issues, struggling with health problems that change your whole life. Oh, look at Angela saying hi to John. Yes. But this one family, I promise you right now, and I'm not disrespecting nobody or gossiping, I'm keeping it real. This one family, they got a family member right now, you guys, that has, from what I know of, 5 different cancers in one body. Oh, who's that? Oh, it says bust a move. Hello, welcome. Are you new? Thank you so much for coming. I hope you're doing well. He said, he said here was a bunch of angry cats. John, uh-oh, what's going on now? Oh, he said angry cats. Oh boy. Yeah, who is this? Bust a move. Thank you so much for coming, Bust a move. We just having some conversations about life and sometimes this type of stuff ain't for certain people or people may be uncomfortable with it. We're just chatting it up. We can jump from that to some, more jolly stuff if we need to. I mean, we well rounded, so we can talk about some of any and everything. I hope you're doing well today, and I hope you can help the angry cats, John. I know how that is. Oh, you're doing good? Bust a move. Wowee. What moves you busting? Hmm? Chilling? I see the thumbs up. Throw the thumbs up. Wishing everyone a Merry Christmas for those who celebrate. Life could be better. Oh, I know. I tell you. And you know what I'm learning to realize, you know, is that this is not the promised land. And I think until we make it there for those that want to go, it's gonna always be that statement. It's gonna always be saying life could be better. I get it. I've been working outside in the mountains the last 2 days. Very physically demanding, but I am actually feeling very good this morning. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Me and Angela just got through talking about that type of stuff, the physical stuff that we do in the world, and serious business, serious business, the way it affects us. So I know what you mean. I'm glad you're feeling better. And we just we're talking, and I was saying that a lot of people don't pay attention to that. The jobs that we have to do, even the jobs that we done went to college 10, 15 years for can cause us to be disabled down the line because of the type of job description that you do. It ain't no joke. Oh my gosh, it ain't no joke. You all are chatting amongst each other. That's good. Hey, Jazz, how are you, my dear? Thank you so much for coming. I hope you're doing well. How's the day going for you? What you got, day, morning, night? Because we're all on different time zones here, so it's hard to pin it down to who's doing what you got going on. What's happening with you? I hope you're doing well. Everybody here is trying to live their life, do what they got to do. That's all we can do. And once again, this is not the promised land. I'm trying to enjoy it, but boy, do we all have our burdens and issues. He said, I'm actually blessed. John says, I'm actually blessed and have no chronic pain, having been sick for over 4 years now. Oh, you lucky. Oh my gosh, you lucky because we got a few of us here that's in a constant struggle with pain and everything all day, every day. Oh man, that's so good to hear that. I gotta fix my thing here. My pin comment. Okay, I gotta fix that. But yeah, we all got something going on one way or the other, I tell you. Even though I'm verbally saying hi, I always like to go back and type it in. So if you guys see me saying hi, that's because I'm just physically typing it in. And just here trying not to overtalk you guys. If anybody want to type and say something, I won't be, the one that's over talking here since y'all can only hear my voice, if you know what I mean. Just trying to get some laundry done here. I just folded up a whole batch of laundry and now I am basically waiting for another load and trying to discipline myself from doing so much all the time because that's a struggle when you're used to doing stuff and then you got to chill it out. Just working on that. And a lot of times things end earlier than you plan because I got a lot of people that having to retire way before retirement time because of medical issues. And some people have been the lucky ones that can do it because they can. 'Cause a lot of us don't have a choice. I know I'm trying to stay in my lane where I can keep going, but Just just got to work on it because I know I got. It's not even about. People don't realize that retirement is not just for because you reach a certain age or you're at retirement age. Retirement is a situation where your health may make that decision for you. If anybody knows what I mean when I say that. So we all gotta, look, we try to do what the doctor says. How about that? I know with me, I try not to be hard headed because I've learned the hard way that ain't Gucci. You know what I mean? It's like all money ain't good money. Oh, hey, what's up? There's my bro. Hey, how you doing, Bert? You guys was over there. I was with y'all for quite a while over there last night in Renee's live. Y'all was getting it in. Yes. Oh my goodness, y'all was getting it in. Quite a few folks was over there. I know it was John and I forgot his name, the guy with the guitar, Cat, and well, I won't say Cat, Adam, and who else was it? Bert. Y'all was talking it up, chatting it up. He said, I'm just about to leave the house. The girls are still sleeping. Oh, I'm used to you saying, you got to bring the girls around, Bert. Oh, they're still sleeping, huh? Okay. That's how it be. Somebody's getting some sleep, huh? I'm trying my best. I don't want to talk you guys to death, so I don't want you to feel that I'm boring because I definitely got that gift for gab. I'm just trying to, not bring too much. I can chat it up. I'm telling you. Wendy Williams ain't got nothing on me. No, so let me stop. Merry Christmas to everybody. Merry Christmas, everybody. It's coming. Oh, yes, it is. Mm-hmm. He said, Wendy. Yes, I'm gonna tell you. Her situation. A lot of people saying, because of how things ended up with her, that because she did that, that type of talk show. But I don't believe that because I know a lot of folks that are doing YouTube like that. That's how I started off. And I promise you, the money was there, but I couldn't do it like that because God spoke to me about my mouth. Because I mean, she wasn't swearing and stuff, but I was. It was bad. It was bad, but it was supposed to be a business situation. But Wendy, she was just getting the truth out there. And she's got a lot going on now. Oh, he know it. He know it. He said, if you want to, you got to. Bert, you is a trip. Oh my goodness, I love it. That was cool. And when Busta Move just popped up, I went through the song and stuff in my head and got up and busted a little quick move right quick for real. Because we used to jam. Yes, sir. Hope everybody's getting it in and doing their thing. We know how it do. And me too. It's got the jam. Yes, it was. Yes, Bert. Yes, Bert. Oh yeah, that was a old. Oh my gosh, you know that. Ooh, them old jams from back in the days. I will be driving, so my hands will be busy. I get you. I know that's right. I get you, Bert. I think you could throw a rhyme together. I know you said you can't, but I think you can. I know you're not, you said you're not a rapper, but it's just your the vibe. I don't know why I'm getting this vibe from you, but you got some rhythm in there. And I know you said you don't dance, but I think we all can pull off a 1, 2, with the dance move. And then far as rapping, you get you like 3 lines that you come in there gangster right quick, bring that ninja with you. I think you could do a few. I just want to hear it from you. Bert. I want to hear it. It just seemed like you could pull it together because you got a nice voice on you. I know that's not your thing though, but I feel you can pull it together. You said no pot stirring, just melting. You sound like my grandmother and them, the little cliches they used to use when I was coming up. And they always say, I'm gonna be raw with you. Shit or get off the pot. Ha ha. And he's saying, no pot stirring, just melting. That's one of the main cliches. Yes, sir. I hope you're doing good. Let me try to post something soon with a rap or something might be fun. Please do, Bert. I'm telling you, you got that hidden rapper in you. When you said ninja, you got that ninja computer. I know you can do it because what I learned is certain things that I feel that I'm not good at. I always try to get me a 1, 2, especially when it comes to dancing. I mean, I used to jam with dancing, but I know I showed a lot of people you get a 1, 2 step and that be your little thing and you flick it out here and there and you be chilling before you know it. You get that rhythm, you add another to it, and even with rapping, because I used to sing a lot too, and we used to rap, but I wasn't good at it right off. But once I learned how to put 2 or 3 things together, man, I was on my way. She said, I just finished 30 minutes of dancing for morning exercise. Oh, that's nice, Angela. Yes, ma'am. If I don't swim, see, that's good. That's good. And I got to work out. I promise you, I do. I was doing my workout every day. Every day. We had a grueling 90 minutes to hour workout. And with medical, I had to change up. I mean, I had to change it up, y'all, to where they done broke me down to 20 minutes and doing daggone exercise equivalent to being in a wheelchair. But I do it. I do it. And I ain't gonna lie, I keep it in every time, all on the regular. I do. I work out and I know I do more than I should be doing, and I'm trying not to damage myself. But a lot of people don't realize. He says, I'll dance my way into the hospital. Oh, yeah, you know a cat. Because I'm messing. Look, I keep calling him cat. I don't know why, because of the cat, Adam. Yeah. And that's the whole thing. Yes, Angela, jam and turn. Look, right to the hospital. And I'm gonna tell you, I done messed around here and messed up here because I usually supposed to do 20 minutes every other day, and I messed around here and did 90 minutes one day and 40 the next. And I tell you, I'm lucky that I'm not scooting up the stairs because people don't realize that a lot of us that our job description and stuff that our career that we went to college 10 to 15 years for cause you permanent physical damage in your life. I promise you, just like Angela, what you were saying about you being the mail carrier and with the mail how it's messed you up. And I know too, doing different job descriptions has got me permanently damaged. And you may have went to college to become who you are. You know what I mean? Career wise. And now you're jacked up. I'm telling you. A lot of people don't pay attention. He said, Rruk, I am good with the cats also. I know you are good because that's what I'm gonna be calling. You're gonna be like, what? When I pop up in the chat, I'm gonna be like, what's up, cat? And they're gonna be, who named that? Is that somebody new? Welcome to the club. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, a lot of us people don't really take that serious. Do you know how many people I know that do construction work and how messed up their back, knees, hands, rotator cuff? I've done some work in physical therapy and trying to help other people out. I've messed myself up A lot of this stuff that we have going on is not just because of aging and stuff, and obviously age does play a big role in how we turn out down the line. But a lot of times it's our job. I know so many people that are messed up that used to use the old typewriters and the computers with carpal tunnel and issues with their hands and wrists because of the career things they went to college for. You know what I mean? That they can't do anymore because of they messed up their hands. I remember when I was little, there was a lady that used to be at this program, and I was wondering why she had it wasn't an ink pen, but she had this long probe that she would use to type with her mouth. She would hold on to it with her mouth, and then once I looked down and seen her hands, she messed her hands up over the years. I mean, bad nerve damage to where she couldn't really physically use her hands no more at all because she had spent. She started off from back in the day where they had the typewriters. Period before there was any computers, and then working on the computers, the years added up, and she's totally disabled. She can't even Everybody have to help her at work because she can't really use her hands. And with carpal tunnel, that's a nerve condition. What John said, he said, I cat dance every day at work with the mountain wiles. I know that sounds like fun. John. Yeah, but we got to look at it for what it's worth. What goes up must come down, unfortunately. But even if you go somewhere and you look at even at a hospital, and I don't walk them halls, y'all. Nurses being on their feet all the time like that. I mean, it gets to be a problem. Your range of motion, your back, your knees, everything plays a role in the type of work you do. A lot of impact on your knees. I got somebody that just was saying that they're fighting with getting a knee replacement. Then I got someone that just got their knee done and now they got to get the other one done. And then there's another person that said that they got to come to the realization that their knees are shot and everything else, and that they won't be able to walk again. And a lot of it, if you listen to them talk, it was a lot to do with their job description. And some of us, it just happens. It just happens. Life happens. Life is lifing. I mean, what? But I know with me, a lot of my stuff that I have going on is due to work, work. I even, like I said, I was talking to Miss Angela earlier here, and I have a lot of young people from when I was coming up and grown folks that their arm is messed up from pitching the Sunday papers, different states and cities where I lived. I've been everywhere here. They have had problems with their arms from throwing the paper on the porch or in the yard. The paper boy or girl for years of that throwing, that range of motion, throwing. Their shoulder blade, their arm that jerk back when you throw something. So that right there is a serious thing, and that was young folks. Well, we were younger doing paper routes and stuff like that. And the Sunday paper, I know things are different now. I'm just giving a synopsis of over the years in life. And now, it's different with the paper and mailing system, but I mean, not the mailing system, but the paper delivery. Nobody don't hardly want the newspaper anymore, but that used to be a 7 day a week thing. And I remember a lot of parents used to help you with your paper route. And a lot of folks have had problems with their arms and stuff because of it. It depends on what it is and how it affects you for each individual person. Let me see. I just wanted to pin my comment. And like I said, I don't want to talk you guys to death because I got that gift for gab. I'm gonna take over Wendy Williams' job. Yeah, right, huh? What's in he said, what's a newspaper? The news is printed in the paper. I know Angela, you familiar, John? Y'all remember the newspaper? The daily newspaper, and it was 7 days a week. So if you were able to get you a paper route as a youngin, or grown folks, I'm just saying a lot of children targeted towards that younger folks and teenagers. But the paper routes used to be 7 days a week, and I tell you, ooh wee, honey, them arms, we'd be in trouble. I know mostly everybody here can relate to that. Yes, do you know what I'm talking about, John? With the newspaper, that's what I'm saying. And Me and Angela were just saying about different job descriptions that you have done in your life that have caused you some permanent damage. And I was telling her that I remember a lot of not just me, but a lot of young guys and girls and the parents coming up over the years that had a paper route. And the paper route back then was like 7 days a week you delivered the paper. And the Sunday paper was always bigger and thicker because it had all this, the circulars and coupons, the cartoons, all of that would be in those. And by throwing that paper constantly on somebody's porch or in their yard, John, it damaged people permanently, especially somebody that done it for years. I know we did. I know that's it. It makes me feel old too. But I tell you, we got some good stories because I'm telling you, bust a move. I came back. A lot of people don't be paying it no mind, but I came back up in the days. Even with me, some of the stuff that I mentioned was stuff that I was little, and my parents did, but a lot of it was a part of me. Like we used to listen, we used to watch Zoom, the Electric Company, Bill Nye, the Science Guy. Come on, let's get into it. You know what I mean? Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Them was the days back in the days, and that was the educational stuff that really taught you something that you can use in your life. Yep, he said, I am old. Listen there, John. You're old as you feel. Look, and he said, Delta was at the bus stop, said, Bus, look at the bus stop. Bus and Move said, I feel old. Yes, you remember those shows. That's what I'm saying. I grew up on them shows, and it was used to say, we're going to Zoom, Zoom, Zoom. I forgot how that song went. Also, I grew up too when we used to watch the Power Rangers, Pink Panther, Pippi Le Pew, the Wonder Twins. The Wonder Twins deactivate. Me and my brother used to do that. We used to put our hands together, form of a jet. I don't know if y'all remember that. I am crazy with it over here. I joke. I know. I know you know what a paper is. I know. That's why I was saying it, and I was like, I know he. And now you notice I stopped talking. Yeah, you know what it is. Yes, the real texture of the paper. Oh my gosh, yes, Adam. Yes. And you know what I used to love? I used to love when you get the paper, I like the way it smelled. I liked the cartoons. Oh boy, come on now. Yes, Archie, come on now. Y'all remember Charlie Brown? Hmm. And the split and the monkey, yes. No, that's you they don't make you that was our time. That was our the good times though. The innocent stuff. And I'm telling you, I remember too when we used to have like the crossword puzzles on the cereal boxes. I mean, they still got a lot of stuff on the cereal boxes, but the styles and stuff that has changed from over the years. And we used to fight because they used to have different stuff with Superman and different stories in the Sunday paper. And like he said, there's nothing like back in the days getting that actual physical paper. I love that smell and the texture of the paper from back in the days. And I used to work at a paper company, as a matter of fact, too, when I was young, in my early 20s, and I loved it. And the smell in there, especially when you go near the area where they're actually printing the paper, that smell. As I'm telling you, there's some good old things from back in the day that like a lot of people don't pay attention to. Even back when I was coming, we used to have Atari and Nintendo. I mean, going way back. Handheld Pac-Man games. Oh, wait, please listen. Oh no, don't say that. Bust a move. Don't do this. Listen to me. Oh my, she got me. You got me going now. When I was younger, we used to. Oh my goodness, the double features. Still have a tire. Oh yes, see, Adam. You know those. I looked at. I got to tell you some story about having the old games, and then I have a VCR, and I'm gonna tell you a weird story about that. But the double features, I remember when we were younger. I'm talking about we going way back when they used to have the double features. It used to be so cheap to get in these movie theater, and the popcorn and candy was affordable. I remember the double features. I think we get in there, it would be $5. It depends on what year it was for you to go in a double feature. I mean for adults. And we used to, oh my gosh, we used to watch Bruce Lee. Oh gosh, let me stop. Oh, I'm going back. Oh my goodness. And I was real young then. But I remember all them old good movies. Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of some of the ones we used to watch from back in the days. What is his name? 007. He said my favorite isn't so old, but the Gary Larson rules as the kind of stripper. Oh, I remember that too, John. Wow. Wow. Awesome. Yes, definitely. It was always fun, Adam. Oh my gosh, we used to watch James Bond. Like back in them days when we used to go to the movies, we would have like a double feature, and then sometimes it would be something that is, kid friendly, but the adults would mind sitting through it. And then the adults would have something that we would watch that was, kind of a little bit of both or more on the adult side because Bruce Lee, the real Bruce Lee. Oh my goodness. Sounds good, Angela. Get it in. Whatever you do, I hope you feel better and enjoy whatever that may be, even if it's cleaning, right? You got to do cleaning because you see what I got is my pinned comment is going to be chatting, noise, and silence. So you're going to hear the washing machine going, the dryer. I got to put some stuff in the dryer, and I just got through folding some clothes, so it's going down. Have a good one, Angela. Get that hot bath you were talking about. But yeah, all of that stuff from back in the days, boy. Them double features, honey. We used to be coming out the theater like we couldn't, like we was bats coming out of a cave because it'd be, for sitting in there so long. It's dark within the movie screen. Oh yeah, no joke. And all that was the good old days and stuff too, because I really take pride in coming up and being different than a lot. And see, the thing is with the kids these days, they're not gonna do no more than you let them. But the modern technology in the world has changed so much that you can't get a kid half time you want to get. And I'm not saying this for everybody because it's up to you what kind of parenting you instill in your kids. But a lot of these kids, they don't want to go out and shovel, play. It depends on where you live at, because I've been everywhere, and yet they don't want to go outside and do none of the outside activity. And see, when we were coming up, we used to play kick soccer. We used to do hopscotches, a whole bunch of outdoor. We were outdoor kids. We wanted to be outside. And we had our little games like Ataris and Nintendo, but we weren't so glued to that because there was so much fun stuff out the door to do that we spent our time outside. Was Sean Connery. That's who I'm talking about. Yes, yes. That's what I'm talking about. Sean Connery. I don't care how many other, and we got a lot of people that played James Bond, but he was the original. And you know what I'm talking about. I don't care how, and all these other actors did good, but I'm saying Sean Connery was it. He said, Live and let die. Yes, live. Yes, and that song that they played. Oh goodness, the music. Yes, John. I'm telling you. And you know what I used to like too. I don't know if any of you guys ever watched it, but I like the old original Wizard of Oz way back when they had. Obviously the story is the same: the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, Dorothy, Total. But I used to love the witch that they had where she had the green paint on her face before all this new modern stuff. That used to be everything. I don't know if you remember that, John, but yes, yes, the old good was Sean Connery. Oh yes, Live and Let Die. Damn, you bringing it back. Oh, I was. Oh, don't bring it up. Oh my goodness, at the bus stop. Oh, you're killing me. It's a bus to move. I'm talking about at the bus stop. Bus to move. I won in school awards for being one of the best, longest pogo stick people. I used to be able to pogo. I mean, and I think that got me in the long run too. But I used to know I stopped at a certain age and stuff. I'm just saying, I used to be the pogo queen. Oh yes, I did. Hmm. The pogo stick, man. I that was one thing too that I was really really good at. Oh, you did the pogo too, John? Yes. That all. Let's see. This is the stuff that I'm telling you. We were the as they say, we was it. We was it. A lot of people don't understand, and even these young folks these days, they don't understand that a lot of us we really adventured and enjoyed life. I'm not saying young ones don't nowadays, but it's a big change. You know what I'm saying? We used to be outside. We didn't care. We weren't so attached to like a cell phone. Oh, as a matter of fact, there was a time there was no cell phone. I'm gonna keep it real. But I'm just saying we were more outside kids. We loved being outside. Yes, it was safer to go outside too, because see, we had the situation, Adam, where your neighbors, when they told you something, it's just the equivalent of your parents speaking to you. You had respect, and your neighbors and everybody watched out for everybody. You're saying that absolutely right, because I've been there. I know what you mean. It was more safer now, because I know some people said it used to be good where they could leave their doors unlocked. I mean, I don't know, because we never did that. Yeah, going down. I'll be right back with you. What? Yes, we're on the noisy part right now, y'all. So, let's see. That pinned comment says noisy chat silent, so y'all don't hear it. All right. I'm trying to figure out too. Have somebody help me find some type of music and stuff that I can play around here to help me represent the noisy part other than housework and working out sounds. He said, I'll be back. Gotta hit the all right. Sounds good. Cat man. Yes, cat man. I'll see you when you come back through. I know Angela said she was gonna take her a nice hot bath. He said, I am okay. But yeah, I think we all got some good stuff that we can attest to from back in the days when we were younger. That is some good fun times, and I miss that lifestyle. And I know that the world changes, and we have to move through to modern technology. But I really, really wish that we had a lot of that stuff where the kids could experience it. The kids these days experience what we had back then, and how less was more in a lot of ways, how much closer families were, how much safer it was to go outside. you know it's even these days you can't even really deal with your neighbors. Depends on who that is, or if it's the same people you had for years. He says it's still safe outside in the rural countryside. I hardly ever lock my doors. Okay, John. Whoa. Even when I'm away, I never lock my truck. There is no crime here. Oh, go. What? John, I ain't know that. Okay, yeah, you got it going on. You got it going on. Man, you know how many people wish they had it like that? Because times have changed so much that it depends on, I don't even think it's all just Like how people like to say, all just the neighborhood itself. It's the people that live in it, choices that they make. He said, I feel young again in my beautiful little southern town. That's good, John. That's good that you have that type of peace like that. I'm glad for you. I really am. Because I know we done strayed away from that type of stuff in a lot of places they can't even say that. So by you being able to say that, you know you are truly blessed, one of the lucky ones. Because I'm telling you, it ain't happening around in a lot of places. It's the people that cause any neighborhood crime anyway. People do that. Thanks for boy, I tell you, life is life, and y'all got so much stuff that I got to sit back and think about that I got to do with myself. He got him a nice small town. Maybe I need to come there because only, yeah, I tell you what, I'm global, so I kind of like I'll be around different places and travels. He says some places remain special. Yes, they do, John. You just have to find them. Oh, you're right about that. After my horrible times. Is it after my horrible times? After HS, it is a blessing to find peace and serenity. I'm happy. I wish I could find somewhere that nothing's happening like right like that, but I know what you mean. That right there, that type of peace is absolutely amazing. I'm telling you, especially when you're at peace. And a lot of people don't believe that there's certain places in certain towns and stuff that there is real peace like that because there's so much corruption in the world that folks can't believe that that really happens, that it's possible. Let's move. I'm trying to get out of Florida. Oh, you're not enjoying Florida? What's wrong with it there? Bust a move. I keep saying bust a move, but that's it. Yeah. What is wrong with Florida? What you got going on in Florida? They said it never rains in Southern California. Where are you at in Florida? I sure would like to know that, cause I think it's different strokes for different folks. Cause I know a lot of people move because of health reasons, or they need a change. They want to relocate, do something different with their life. Oh wow. That's the move. You said everything. That's serious business right there. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sheesh. That's pretty messed up to have, every area that makes you want to move. I'm trying to make my decision of where we want to get to be and chill out a little bit more than what we're doing. Because I'm telling you, life is it's not nothing compared to how much better it used to be from back in the day. It's like horrible. It's just and the thing that's so bad that a lot of people don't understand a lot of these issues that we have, and I'm not, being disrespectful or pointing no finger, but it's people problems. A lot of it's people problem. I mean, I know we got government and all that type of stuff, but it's people problem too. The C-19s and stuff like that that happen. But regardless of all of those things, which they're horrible, it's people. Uh-huh. People will take you down. I'm telling you. Do y'all live in urban areas? Oh, hello, Mr. Payne. How are you? Great risings. Hey, hey. I'm glad you stopped by. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Brother Marquise. I appreciate it. We just here. I'm trying to keep a low profile here and not talk too much. So if you hear me, and I'm long-winded. So if I'm I'm quiet, it's something going on. I'm just trying to chill because I don't want people to feel too overwhelmed with me with the way I get into talking and stuff. He said, "I'm fine, sister. I'm off today, so I had to pay respects and hit my thumbs." Oh, God bless you. Thank you, Brother Payne, and I'm glad you're doing good. I really appreciate it. And I tell you, ain't nothing like having a day off, huh? And there's a million things, and we only have 24 hours in the day, so I get it. You should have a channel, man, 'cause you powerful there. I know you are. I can tell. I had fun with Sister Lynn. Oh my goodness, I had so much to say, but a lot of times in the comment section, because there'd be so much stuff going on, and she'd be doing stuff that I try not to keep making too many comments, but I'd be there feeling it and going through it. She was getting it in with that chicken sandwich, but I want to tell her different places that I have traveled. Oh, you're welcome, Brother Payne. Yes, sir. And I want to tell her different places that I traveled over the years since Popeyes had popped up with that chicken sandwich. People done got stabbed, and I'm not trying to be negative or anything like that, but people have went totally crazy when it came to getting in line and getting them sandwiches. And I promise you, that stuff went on for quite a few years. That stuff was in the news. How people act a fool over them sandwiches. And I kept saying, yes, people were killed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I kept saying, you mean to tell me, and I'm not to be rude, I don't care what your race is, your color, your nationality. None of y'all don't know how to cook. Y'all ain't got no grandma or some of y'all that got a staple sandwich and don't know how to fry chicken, nothing kind of cooking. Come on now. That don't even make no sense. I mean, people were getting killed, ran over, and I remember too. When we were in a different state, and we went, people were trying to turn up in there, and as soon as I got up in there, if I said I was saying to my family member that I was with, if they start acting the fool, let's just leave. But I was letting folks know, don't run up on me. Uh-uh, uh-uh. I mean, I ain't gonna, as they say, I ain't gonna be the one, but don't start no ish and there'll be none. You feel me? I'm not the one. You better back up. Ain't nobody going crazy and you wait your turn and sit back. And I had one lady that she got kind of aggressive because she was in line and she was arguing. Well, yeah, I did. They better have it when I get up there because every time I try to come, I said, okay, now the spit on the back of the neck ain't gonna work. You understand me? Let's be real. He said, behind some chicken, you don't know how. Yes, yes. Yes, that pissed me off because I kept saying, what the hell are you doing here? You mean to tell me you about to bug out order some chicken? And nobody don't know how to make no chicken though. So what if Popeyes wouldn't have opened up that sandwich wasn't all that either? I'm gonna tell you that. And then when I say that, I mean because it was not worth it wasn't all that to do what people did behind it because the sandwiches is good but it didn't tickle my fancy like that and I wouldn't act up like that over no food anyway. See, I'm gonna go back into the days and let's be real. Let's call a spade a spade. No, it's not the Joker. No, it's not the heart. Let's call a spade a spade. I remember back in the days when I was younger, they used to have this big old tractor trailer that used to pull up with a few of them pull up in this lot and folks would be in line, which would be me, my family, and other families. We would be getting it would be what would it be? It'd have the chicken, the pork, and the beef, and it would be a can, a big old silver can that had a chicken on it in black. It was the can was silver, all silver, and it would be the pig, the cow, you understand what I'm saying? And the chicken be on that can, and that was some of the goodest meat. Oh my gosh. You talking about pulled pork with the pork from the can? And then we used to get that block of cheese. Oh my goodness. And that was free food that the government gave out to anybody. You know what I mean? It wasn't just that you poor and in the hood and you this race and that race. It was free for everybody. He said, he said, I love you, sister. You are so you know what I'm talking about, Marquis. Let's be real. Come on now. Thank God. Christians to push up. Yes, yes, Marquise. Yes, brother Marquise. Yes. Been in my mind business, but I will not tolerate but that's you know what? Let me tell you, you are the realest. I can't wait to see you do a channel if you decide to, because I will be there. I will be there. Because I feel you. I can feel your spirit. I know you how you get down, how you roll. And then that click with Sister Lynn over there, you already know what it is. And I promise you, they don't understand back in the day. They don't understand when you get that Nigeric. See, the Nigeric cans and stuff they got out now and labels a little bit more fancier. Back then, it was plain Jane. You got the cow on that can. It was, and that was some of the goodest food. And that cheese. Oh my goodness, macaroni and cheese. Not just that. We used to make grilled cheese sandwiches and all that with that. And cut a good thin slice off of that and put you a bologna and cheese sandwich together. Oh, it's going down. It's going down up in this piece. You feel me? People don't understand that this is from back in the day, and it don't mean every time you speak about this, folks always want to judge what your income category was. Who cares about that? It was living and it was food. And then they had a thing too that they used to have for families. It was called Toys for Tots. He said the pork in the silver can and the chicken, yes. And we had all three of them. It would be the silver can with the pork, which was a pig on it. The can was all silver and it was in black. That's all you had was it looked like a cow, it looked like a chicken, and it looked like a pig. And you knew what was in that can by that only. And them cans was huge. And we, they get that can home and mama make it 8, 9 different ways. You know what I'm talking about? Back in the day, that was the good. Oh my gosh, I don't care what people talking about, and I'm not judging nobody, but filet mignon and all that didn't have nothing on that. That meat in them cans was everything, and I promise you, Mom and them would make it 5 and 6 different ways, and it tastes different and good every time. Shoot, they done threw it together sometime for damn breakfast, and you be up in there yamming back. And we used to have a program too that they used to give out free toys long years ago, and it used to be called Toys for Tots. Hello, Betty. How you doing, ma'am? Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, and we used to get the free toys too. And those days you didn't get to pick. Oh, I want a truck and I want a Barbie. If you got a toy, you got. That's all that was. Nobody cared about all that because you know what? You had love. The light bills was paid. The family was whole. God was running it, and that's all that mattered. It didn't. We had them days where nobody got a chance to get what they wanted for Christmas. You know what I'm saying? You got something. And most of all, you got the Lord. So all that extra stuff, we knew better. We behaved better. And I keep telling people, I come from back in the days where we grew up, where you had Nintendo, Atari. He said, we got fruits in the bag. Yes, socks, underwear, pajamas, candy canes. That what you need. Need, greed, and wants. Which one is God gonna give you? What you need. And you know what? From that learning, from that when I was a child with my family and different people that I know, even when we do Secret Santas at jobs and stuff, people that they would be shocked when they would open up a box and think that it was a new toaster oven. And when they opened the box for me, a gift for me would have underwear, socks, glue, a can of beans. And they're like, what the heck? She must be broke and can't get us no gift. No, it's not that. I got you what you need. And even if I was broke, the thought counts. People were just shocked when I came off like that. They was like, what the heck? Yeah, yeah. This is reality. Ain't nobody playing with it. This is the reality. This is what counts, what you need. It ain't what you want. We here to do this thing. We live in this thing called life. And that's how I never stopped from when I started, doing the shopping myself. And when you start getting a teenager and you start get a little job and start doing Christmas shopping, I always got folks stuff that I know they need, especially when you be around people that they be saying, I got to get me another hairbrush or comb, honey. When the Christmas time come, if I'm around, that's what you got, or your birthday. Care packages. And even now as an adult woman, I put together care packages for people that I know, the staple stuff. And I love to help the homeless people out. The people that you got out here that's living outside would be happy to have a washcloth, a bottle of water, toothpaste, and a toothbrush. You can do that outside. Survival. Get down to the basics. And a lot of these people that's out here homeless, you may want to put a Bible in their bag. You know what I'm saying? He said just a snack of a sack of coal. You know what? Sometimes that be it too. Yeah, and everybody used to laugh. You remember, yeah, everybody y'all remember Charlie Brown? You remember that little sad Christmas tree? A lot of us, that was our Christmas tree in our house. Let's keep it real. And sometimes you might have not got a tree this year because they didn't have a whole lot of artificial trees and stuff like that, and you didn't have the money to go get one cut down either. You better like that tree. I'm gonna tell you, if I showed y'all some stuff that folks used to put together to emulate a tree, oh my goodness, honey, you'd be proud and happy. Oh, thank you, brother Marquise. You know what I'm talking about? It's the truth. When we came up, we used to watch. And I was just saying this earlier. We used to watch, Zoom, Electric Company, Bill Nye the Science Guy. Come on, let's get down. Pink Panther. I remember we used to get the Pink Panther cereal, and it used to be so good because after you eat the cereal, it turned to milk pink, and it made it so sweet and tasty. We used to fight over who gonna do the crossword puzzle on the box of cereal. We couldn't wait for the Sunday paper to come to get the cartoons out of the Superman story, Spider-Man. You know what I'm talking about? Back in the days where times were more valued with God than what we got now, because everybody think all of the stuff they're getting. Now, even talk about our famous people, they think they got that just because they did the hard work. You have nothing without Lord, without the Lord. You have absolutely nothing. People don't understand any talents that you have to become rich, famous, whatever you do. You don't have any of that without God. And folks seem to forget about that, you know? And it's sad, but it's the truth. People don't care about none of that. And you ever notice too that how people change with this C-19? They folks acting no disrespect because this was horrible what happened with this, and it's not gone. But people don't seem to understand that this thing made you sit your ass down. You get what I'm trying to tell you? It made you, because everybody running around here ripping and tear. When they locked it down, you were on lockdown. You had no control. You understand what I mean? You had to be locked down. And that's just a message. People don't understand that God doesn't do things that hurt us in any kind of way like that, but he will shut it down. And a lot of people don't pay attention to that. This is to let you know something. This is to show you that you don't run this. This is to show you too that you got to spend more time, because I made myself a promise when this mess was going on that I was not going to take all negative stuff away from this virus. I'm not going to. Whatever I start doing because of the virus, I'm going to stay with that and meditate because I know God is sending a message. We know how all this stuff ends. People don't pay attention to this because they're living without the Lord in their life. And what they do is they pray and want this and they want that. As soon as they get what they want, they forget about God. Sometimes people, they don't pay attention that you're always going to seek God's hands and not his face. Sometimes we have to chill back and say, thank you for what I have. I don't need nothing today, Lord. I thank you. I honor you. I adore you. You are the Lord, King of kings, Lord of lords. I'm here for you. I'm here to serve you. I don't need anything. I'm all right. And a lot of people don't want to do that. They always want, and they say, well, you ask God and you shall receive. You ain't he giving you everything you want. You better get that right. You better rewind that. You're not getting everything you want. He knows what you need. And a lot of times when we're going through stuff as people, we always think, well, what's it? Why is me? Why me? Sometimes God is putting you through something so you can help somebody else. And that could be at your lowest point. You know what I'm saying? At your lowest point, and it's for you to help someone else because you needed to go through that to prune you for your journey because every rose has a thorn. You know what I'm saying? He said that's why. Did you hear that? Did you see his name near Mr. Payne? Is Bus a Move. You remember that song back in the days? Bus a Move. Oh my goodness. That's why I'm trying to turn the bus into a home. I know that's right, Bus a Move. I hear that. I hear that. And you said a lot of people consider you as homeless. Is it because of, your choices you made to do what you want to do? Because a lot of times, folks want to give you a title. You know what I mean? But yeah, people don't understand all of this stuff right here. There's nothing. And I don't understand too why people even have the time to be jealous of anybody. I don't get that because I've always felt that, if you ain't gonna want to do what they did to get what they got, then you need to mind your business or get what you're supposed to get. Because what's for you is for you and what's for me is for me. I don't understand who got time to waste on what somebody else is doing. Get your own, mind your own business and do your thing by Young MC. But the Bust the Move, yes, brother. I knew you would know, brother Marquise. I knew you would know it. Back in the day, see, and that's what we talking about. I remember back in the days when I was coming through, they used to have what they used to call the back in the days we just had when we finally got one VCRs. And let me tell y'all something here. I have old VCRs, and I also have the VCR and the DVD combo, and I went to donate that to the Salvation Army. And they said we don't accept it anymore. So I got my butt back here, and we looked it up on YouTube. Those things are going for $500 and $600. Oh, I'm gonna hold on to it. You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna hold on to it. He said, "No choice of my own." Oh, so you are struggling. I am so sorry. Bust a move. I will pray for you. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He said, that's why I'm trying to turn this bus into a home. You got to do what you got to do, but I promise you, things like that, when stuff like that happen, if you ask God to help, he will help. But sometimes we don't, when we don't understand God because we're not seeking him spiritually, we're seeking him in the flesh. And sometimes that doesn't get answered. You know what I mean? So you have to go with your spiritual side. And I think that anything that you're going through, God will get you through it. But sometimes people don't understand that our journey is our cross to bear. And it's not that God cares about one person over the other. It's just what's meant for you is for you. And I keep trying to tell a lot of people that because I'm not going to sit back here and be jealous about Beyonce. What am I going to be jealous about her for? I'm a child of God as well. He's not going to say, oh, because she's Beyonce and she's rich and famous and you're just, regular blue collar woman that she going to heaven and you ain't. That's not what it is. You understand? Everybody better pay attention to the rapture and what's going on here. Nobody's listening to what's happening out here. Open up your ears. We got two ears and one mouth for a reason. Look at all this stuff going on. Everybody done bragged about, and I'm gonna say, look, allegedly, R. Kelly. Look what's going on. Then you got P. Diddy allegedly. And they're saying that this about him now, and he just as bad as R. Kelly. But when R. Kelly went down, he was talking about him. Look what's happening to him. Now they're pulling the bishop into this now. You see what I'm trying to say? Everybody's coming out the closet, and a lot of these people might be telling the truth, and some of them might be, fibbing. But a lot of this stuff, I'm not shocked because I seen it. You got to look at all these young people. How are they allowed to be out here with these grown men and stuff just because it's Michael Jackson or because it's this person with money? You don't know these people personally. Let me see what John said. Oh, he's talking to Bust a Move. Okay. God will help you. Yes, he will. Yes, yes, yes. Never be a victim, even if you, yes, you've been victimized. That's what I keep saying, y'all. That's why I don't call myself a victim. I call myself a victor. And that's why I'm not on camera because I done been through some stuff. And I'm not gonna lie. I did feel victimized for a while until I understood how to define what that means. And then I did have to grow from being a victim to a victor, though, because I promise you, it goes down like that, and not just in the DMs. It goes down. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hey, what's up, Cat? He's back. You know what I'm talking about, Marquise? It's the truth. Everybody know this stuff is going on, and I keep saying, like, I'm gonna give you an example, and I'm gonna say allegedly. Mm. They said that now they're calling all this stuff out. Now you got Usher saying so. I mean, everybody is coming out. So you got Usher, and he was saying something, and then they brought up when there was a big scandal about his mother allowing him to work with P Diddy allegedly. Now we're gonna say this. They work together, but the stuff that happened. Okay, they're saying that his mother. He told his mother that allegedly P Diddy was doing something to him, and she had a word with P Diddy and got it straightened out. Well, if your son and I didn't know that they weren't the same age, but your son is saying that you're letting him work with this rich man because that's all it was about was the money, and he's doing something to him sexually allegedly. How did you straighten it out enough and end up letting your son at 14 go live with this man when he had already told you that was something going down? What are you talking about? Come on now. What are you talking about? Are these kids being tricked out? I don't understand. How can you say that it was okay? How? Even in your own house, I don't give a damn who don't like it, don't want to hear it. I'm gonna keep it real. How do you have in the house if you got a child 5 years old and they're telling you their older sibling is touching them and you don't want to believe it, so you keep the situation the way it is because they both your kids. That's not what I'm talking about. You got to get some help with that. You can't just sit back and say it. Okay, how did you let him go still live with P Diddy for a whole year when there was allegations that he came to you as a mother? This was a news scandal. This ain't just making up stuff, but I have to say allegedly to keep it clean. Y'all act like y'all don't know that these people are demons. What's going on here? And even with Beyonce, some of her music is nice, but I'm not all flipped out on her either. One minute she's wearing ram horns. What does that represent? Then the next minute she's wearing a halo. Come on, y'all. Come on. I'm not saying just because she made the song Halo. I'm saying period. She wants to appear pure. These people, y'all not paying attention down here, really. Illuminati, all this. Come on now. There ain't no God over God. Hey. Wake up. Stop playing this game. Y'all don't understand how they're sending subliminal to folks that they got this kin like with that mess that they're doing. This is a game here. These people are nothing just because they got money over us. They're regular people. They just got different gifts as God given them, and they're taking it, to the wrong extent and taking advantage of it. And all of us around like fools worshiping these people more than we do God. We got to pay attention to this. This is just stupid. It's a foolishness. You know what I'm talking about? Anybody with that? What are you saying? And I promise you, I have admired a lot of famous people, and I admired somebody homeless just as well. I'm not worshiping and none of that. You know what's going on. Can't y'all see? Can't y'all hear all of this stuff that's going on? You and then think about it, y'all, really. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, rude, or judge anybody, but you just think about it. And look, allegedly with Michael Jackson, when that stuff happened and he got sued by that woman and her son. How's she gonna say, well, I thought it was fine because we were at his house and I slept in the different quarters, but I allowed my son and some other kids to sleep in Michael Jackson's bedroom, allegedly. Who the hell is he? Because he's Michael Jackson? Do you know the man or the music? What was you doing? A come up, tricking your child out for money? Be honest. Who the hell gonna let the child? And I'm telling you now, I'll go back again and try to be just as nice. And God want us to be understanding. Maybe she didn't have the right sense as a parent. That's all I'm saying. All this stuff that we're saying that happened with, look, allegedly Aaliyah and R. Kelly and all these sharks that's been on these kids for years that we all ignored it, knowing it was happening. And all their family and stuff knew it, but it was about the money. It was about the money, and that's the reason why these kids continue to get, yes, just for the money. They tricked their kids out. Just like when they said when they were on the when the Leah was on the tour bus allegedly, all of this stuff was happening to her, not just by R. Kelly, but other men that were sharks in the water after her. But why would her mother let her go with these men just because, okay, I'll just give you an example. If you're trying to establish your child's career, if you mean to tell me that if you can't get together a bus ticket or a ride to get to where they're having the audition at, you're gonna send your daughter 12 and 13 years old on a tour bus with a whole bunch of big old grown men because they're rich and they're famous? Pedophiles don't have a certain makeup. That could be your pastor. No disrespect. Let's be real. Come on now. Let's be real. The pedophile does not have. Those are the ones that get you the most because they are. Oh my gosh, wolf in sheep clothing. They are good at the trickery in the game. You know what I'm saying? And people don't pay attention to that. What he said? Why shouldn't he put anyone? That's what I'm saying. I don't put nobody on the pedestal either. Adam and Mr. Payne said. Yes, I'm praying for Bus and Move too, because man, I done been through that. Young, I was a child though. Somebody should have been over me though. You know how that go. Hey, Miss Lori, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. I hope you're doing well, and you know how we get down over here with this chitter chat. But I know you know what it's like. All the stuff we got going on in the world. Thank you so much for coming. But yeah, we got to pay attention to what's going on here with these folks out here. Everybody act like they don't know what this is. You know, these people are prostituting their kids out. Come on now. And then how do you put people on the pedestal and you ain't even got God in your life? Yes, ma'am. Miss Lori says, I've gone through many emotions listening to you this morning. Well, you know what? And I promise you, that's what I want. That's what I want to do with my friends and my peeps, my brothers and sisters, is that we all share this and then we come to a place where we know that we all going to be all right, that we're keeping it real, that we're not sugarcoating it, we're not playing games. And I just got through talking to a few people here before y'all came on, and we were talking about medical issues, struggles, troubles, and worries. And you know what? This ain't the paradise. This is not what God promised us. So for us to get to where we need to be, we got to do this. And I keep trying to tell people, live before you die. And you're going to hear me say this constantly, live before you die. What does that mean? You have to make this life work. You're not going to get to heaven. What do you think Jesus went to the cross with? This stuff we go through that we're talking about heartache, hurt, and pain is nothing compared to that. You understand? This is our cross to bear so that we can make it to heaven. And until we get the understanding of that, we ain't going nowhere because that's not what it's about. This is our pruning. Every rose has a thorn. This is what it is. This is what we have to weather to get to where we're going. Live before you die. Get through this. Get through this and don't live just to live. Live for eternity. Well, what is eternity? Making it to heaven. There ain't gonna be no pedophiles, no sickness, no death, no homelessness, abuse. It's not gonna be that. People don't understand. You have to look at your spiritual side. And when you're trying to seek God, you have to give your spirit up. And I keep telling y'all, and I say this every time I talk to people on a regular basis because I'm a repeat offender. Because anything that I'm learning to do better in life and to be with God, I'm gonna repeat it. You have to get yourself humbled in a way that the words can't even say, and deal with great humility. I have to break myself down to get on my, because I be in my own way, and I have to break myself down sometimes to where I have to beat my own butt. And let God deal with me. And when it gets that bad, I'm gonna tell you, I get to that, and y'all know the ugly cry, and a lot of the kids do it. And I get to that crying like, you know that cry, snot coming out your nose. You ain't got no cold. You ain't got no allergy. That snot coming from somewhere running down on your top lip, and you yelling out. You understand what I'm saying? We crying for Daddy to save us, our Lord Jesus. I'm gonna tell you, I do. I have to fight myself every day because these monkeys will attack you. This is what it is. These are demons. God will tell you this in the Bible if you look at it. The devil will use people to hurt you. I have so many times, just like with me, I have been trying to find a church home because I'm kind of global with my life because of how I have to live right now. And I promise you, every time I get to these different places, different folks coming out super Christian, they know more than you, they're more saved than you. If you don't have a denomination, you don't have God in your life. If you're not Baptist, if you're not Pentecostal, and none of that is that. Anything that you say, and the people keep saying, well, what's going on? Because she got, not me, but in general, you got one foot in church and one foot in the street. Okay, and just say if so. Yeah, yes, that's what's happening for a lot of us men and women. Well, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. It's you trying your best to get right with God. And what do you mean when you say that? Well, I went to church on Sunday, and when I left church, I was drunk Sunday night. So what happened? I'm struggling. I'm working on my salvation. Only God can judge me. You can't tell me who to be or what to do. And that's what make me not want to come to your church because of that kind of behavior. You're judging somebody and you don't know their story. And I know that because God is forgiven, it doesn't mean that we can keep sinning. But at the same time, you're not the judge and jury over me, even in the courthouse. That's not the ones that have the final word, is what God say is going to be for you. And that's the problem with people. They judging folks. Oh, he was drunk yesterday. They getting high. You don't know what their problem is. You don't know if that's the journey that they got to go through. And God gives us free will, so He allowing you to stumble and make your mistakes. You think God don't know you doing something before you do it? Or what way do we hear from God? One way is by making mistakes. But if you're not ready, you're not ready. And can't nobody tell you when to be ready. And I'm not saying that you can drag and bring people down because you're not ready, but people need to stop putting you down when you're trying to make a come up. That's the whole problem with people trying to get a relationship with God and do what they need to do. They're so quick to try to step on somebody else to make themselves look like they're doing something better than you, when in fact they're the ones hiding the secrets. What Marquis said, you have all the material you want and gain. Yes, yes, my brother Marquis. You're not going to take everything with you, not even the body that you're in. You listen. Oh, brother Marquis, amen, amen, amen. Hallelujah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I always say this, and I don't remember who I got it from or where I heard it from, but they always say, when you see a hearse, do you see a U-Haul behind it? You understand what I'm saying? You can't take it with you, even the body. And you know what they said, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. But God will give you beauty for your ashes. The body doesn't mean anything. The body is not needed in heaven. People don't understand when a person dies, and I've learned this. When a person dies, it is to be absent of the body, but present with the Lord. Whenever you're absent of the body, you're present with the Lord. People do not understand that you're in a better place than you were here alive. If that's what's meant to happen, if that's your journey, if your time is up, you're okay. I'm the one here that's still living and acting the fool and making in sin. At least you get it at a stopping point earlier than me, because I didn't understand death and things like that. You understand where I'm coming from? I was hurt, confused. We buried children. And this man or this woman over here killing crime and all that, why they get to live? There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. But if you don't understand the Lord and what He's saying, you have no business running your mouth. And I keep trying to tell people, like, especially when you go to this super Christians and these pastors and ministers, that some of them ain't even, they don't know it all either. And some of them ain't really who they portraying to be in front of you. And I've had certain people say different things to me. Well, if you said a swear or you cussing or you had a beer last night, then you ain't saved. You giving the devil a foothold in your life. Okay, so you got this minister and this pastor person saying this to you, but how come I can go in the Bible right now and find a word from God telling me that what I've done is a problem, but I'm gonna help you straighten it out, but you're not condemned. You see what I'm saying? But this pastor that you putting in like he God, he ain't God. He's just a vessel that God is speaking through. And if he's not being honest and you don't know God yourself, you going down. We are responsible for how people treat us as well. I know in certain cases we don't have a choice. I don't care if it's, situations where some kids are being abused, they don't have a choice. We're in an abusive relationship, we don't have a choice, but to a certain extent. When you wake up and face your reality and ask God to help you, He will help you, but you can't expect it, because God does work miracles. But certain things He wants you to marinate in it. God can work miracles. Anything that we're going through, whether it be cancer, sickness, facing a death, any situation that we're in, if you are a true believer, you know where it's going to go down at. I honestly want to live every day knowing that if it's my last day, that I can at least know that I did good enough and I should be going to heaven, not just knowing it all. I want to stabbed up three people. I done robbed this person. Now I'm chilling. Then you be dead and didn't repent or do anything to try to get yourself back right. I don't want to go out like that. You know what I mean? I want to do the best that I can. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't understand what that consists of. It's many things. I have a person now that I know. What he said? He said smoking cigarettes and drinking beer will put you in hell. Amen. Oh Lord, brother Marquis. Oh nah, man, you just shut that down. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Either. You know what? See, you know what? Come on, brother. Listen here. Let me back this. Let me back this up. I'm gonna back it up, and I'm gonna park on the sidewalk with you, brother Marquis. Listen here, and you know this. Once again, and we talk about this, when Jesus traveled with his disciples, that wasn't the whole travel team. He traveled with a prostitute, an adulterer, a gambler, a thief. Do you know how many people that he had that done these things and they still made it to heaven? God still used them. Moses murdered someone and God still used him. Do we understand what we're talking about when we're trying to judge people? Do you know how many people that I know that are saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost and went down, died as an alcoholic, but still served the Lord? A cigarette smoker, a gambler, little problems like these different. I mean, those are big problems, but I'm just saying the things that we think are big problems are little problems to God. We can't do it. We can't be the judge and jury over nobody. You understand? You got to be responsible for what you do. Your salvation is between you and the Lord. You can't say, "Oh, well, my mother went to church and she spoke God around me." Can't nobody get saved for you. So you got to get off of that. I don't care who. Oh, they sitting there reading the Bible to us. No, you got to learn some stuff for yourself. You can't just go to the church just to get a good word from the pastor. You have to have the word yourself. I don't care if you got a reading problem. Get somewhere with a daggone cassette player, a CD, a DVD, and listen and meditate in the Word so that you train and you know it and you can speak on it. Everybody don't have to have a doctorate to be able to share the Lord's Word. I remember one woman. I said something in one of my videos about I was saying something, and it's obviously a quote from the Bible. And then, well, are you using your own original stuff, or is this somebody else's stuff? I said, well, first of all, let me tell you something, Miss Lady. Anything that God says, He wants me to spread His word. So if I am using something from the Bible, well, where are you from? Who are you serving? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I asked her, what do you mean? If I say something that God said in the Bible, you saying that's not my original and I shouldn't be saying it. What do you go to church for then? You said you're super Christian, right? What do you go to church for? And you telling me because I said something to somebody that was God's word that I'm not using my original content? What are you saying? If you know, you know. They said Jesus, common places that normal people won't go. Yes, yes, he did, Marquise. TJ's and for dollar go to the ghetto. Nope. See, you know what? I mean, listen, and they just look allegedly pulled TD Jakes down in this with P Diddy. Do you see? They're not. You see these mega super churches? Are y'all kidding me? You mean to tell me you have somebody out here that's struggling and needs some money, and you're gonna go and get another chandelier put up in the church instead of giving that person about two or $300 to help them pay their mortgage. People are not paying attention to these churches. These churches are supposed to do more than what they're doing. People are looking and worshiping these pastors that's dressed in, a $3,000 suit, $500 socks, and you sitting here struggling on food stamps and walk to try to get here, and they can't even give you $100 or a couple of dollars to get back on the bus, and they were driven here. This is we got problems. Said it before, I say it again. Religion is the worst invention humans ever made. Yeah, because that's the thing. You're saying that right, Kat. Because I look at it for what it's worth. I don't go to church to get a religion. That's not what you go to church for. I don't care if you Pentecostal, Baptist. I don't care what it is. Jehovah Witness. That you cannot say that we all serve one God and that your God is greater because you use the denomination that I am a Christian or I'm Jehovah Witness. That don't work like that. God don't come for us like that. That's the thing that people are not understanding. You can't out God me. That doesn't work that way. I don't know where people are getting this from. And every time I see somebody, well, what denomination you are? Oh no, because see the Baptist. I'm Baptist, honey. That Pentecostal mess. You can't come to my church with that. Well, what's my church by who? Where? I had church in the grocery store. I had a church session with somebody in the Walmart. I can go and get in my closet and have church session. Just because it says it's a church don't mean God is in there with them kind of people. You don't know what's going on here. These folks are not meeting you where you at. God will meet you where you at. You understand? You could be in the strip pole, the crack house, and God will meet you where you at. Them folks ain't going, like he said, them folks ain't going there. Every time they do something for some kind of cause, they got to be on a pedestal to show off. They want to make a donation to the stadium for the school in the hood, but they never even went there and did it one time and never spoke about it again. Y'all don't see what's going on here? The devil will use people to hurt you. You understand what I'm saying? People are not paying attention. They're not paying attention to what they're really serving and what they're trying to, to speak and back up. You got to wake up to this. Come on now. We got to stop doing this. People are not listening to what they, I always say, think about what you're thinking. First of all, think about what you're thinking. How is somebody better than somebody else? How do we even allow racism to exist for anybody? When we all say we believe in God and there's only one God. You could be purple, green, race, whatever religion you call yourself, and what does that make us? All brother and sister. But if you're living in denial and faking the funk and placating and playing games, your true colors are showing. You can't play with it. This is what I keep trying to tell people. He said, all the people I know smoke, drink, I love. It's in the, yes. The key. That's what I keep trying to tell. Folks don't even understand that all of this stuff is not what it cracked up to be. Everybody thinks that you have to be a certain way to be able to have God in your life, and it's not true. It's not true. I don't care if you got to look at the difference. If you're reading the Old Testament, the New Testament, and still not getting that comprehension yourself, but you got to go to this pastor and everything he say, you believe what he say, but you don't know God yourself. That's not where it's at. It's not true. And then you get tired because I had got to the point that I had to walk away, and even now still not connected with no church. I know God wants us to form together and serve as a fellowship, but everybody in church ain't saved. So what are you sitting there if you know it ain't going down right in there? Well, and then a lot of pastors say, well, monks, priests, whatever you want to call 'em, no, don't do as I do, do as I say. But if you up here serving the devil, I don't want no parts in it. And it ain't no dude. No. I'm ghost. I'm all right with that. I'm not finna do that. And see, that's what people don't understand. You be selling your soul, especially when you out here and you putting God aside to allow these people to come in and tell you the religion stuff is a mess. And even with me, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've listened to different people's denominations or whatever they want to call their religion, whether it be Pentecostal, Jehovah Witness. I've listened to Farrakhan, Malcolm X, and I promise you, I know the difference of what to take from each one of these so-called groups and go right back to the Bible and say it's the same thing, one God, no religion, let it be. And people get hot with you when you say that because it gets controversy. People want to get into an argument and think they're out God in you, and that's not even what it is. And sometimes too, because with me, I've been good with conflict resolution. You feel me? And when I say that, I mean because I sit down and I look at when people have a problem with something, and most of the time, it's not even the issue that they're talking about is how they're treating each other. And anytime you bring up something, good morning, Mimi, how you doing? Thank you so much for coming, my dear. I appreciate it. I hope everything's going well with you. But that's the thing that I keep saying. We're not paying attention to what's going on here. We're all trying to make ourselves look like we got more understanding and comprehension, and that you can't, even with me, them. And I'm gonna say this, and I don't want nobody to misunderstand me. I'm not picking or making fun of nobody, but I noticed that there's certain churches and places that you go that you can't even speak in layman's terms. I've been to churches and they didn't even say any kind of words. It was stuff like and that's all it was. Lord God, that's it. And if you're not doing that, you're not saved. You're not a Christian. Or if you're not speaking of, like, if you ask somebody, well, what you planning on doing today, Sister Sarah? I thoueth, goeth, eateth, outeth with my family. They couldn't even. They not. That's not. What are you doing? And you ask me, what's up at my age too? What you getting ready to do? I'm about to get me a sandwich, yo. Oh, that's devil talking. Oh, you in the secular world. Man, get up out of here. Come on now. Let's wake up. You know what I'm saying? Let's wake up. Let's stop this foolishness. We're not doing this. You're not doing me. How about that? I just can't. I try my best to try to get with this stuff, and sometimes you gotta let it flow how it flow. I remember even one day I was in Walmart and there was two women in there, and they were talking, and well, we ended up talking, all three of us. Yeah, said, tell me about it, brother Marquise. You know what it is. And we started talking, me and these three women, and we ended up having that ended up being a church service, but all of us had three different ways of what we was talking about, but we had one thing in common, that God is God. And some of them were saying some stuff that I don't get down with, but I was fine with it because they weren't going to sway me. They weren't going to come and conquer what I know. You understand what I mean? But at the same time, they had stuff that I wasn't with. See, I'm not with all that. Women can't, and men either. Women can't wear jewelry. Men can't wear jewelry. Women can't wear pants. Man can't wear jeans or sneakers, but they can wear pants and dress pants. What you talking about? If you got a tattoo, that's signs of the devil, marking of the beast on your body. What are y'all doing? Is this a cartoon, a scary movie that you reading from that you call the Bible? What are you talking about? Who are you talking to? And me and these women was talking, and then they tried to, a few of them tried to, it was two of them. Well, they tried to step into me a little bit. Well, yeah, but you know that, well, one of them was, well, because he don't, in our church. Okay, that's where you at. That's where you at. Good for you. Good for you, man. But I'm not interested in it. I just had a lady that tried to kind of muscle me into a church situation because she was asking me what church do I go to, and I told her, I said, well, I haven't found a church home. But you need your don't let nothing keep you. Come to ours because we got the best. I said, well, first of all, you don't even know me. And I didn't say anything was keeping me because she got real loud, like trying to control me to force me into whatever she was saying. Because what I got, and I said, ma'am, what if I told you that I haven't found a church home because I'm new here, and the way you're talking, you're making me not even want to come to your church. You don't know what my reasons is. I just was telling you that I had. Don't be out there. You mean to tell me that the places that y'all and you and all these other super Christian folks and if I don't go into none of these buildings that I don't have God in my life. My life, my spirit consists of God. I wouldn't exist without him in my life. Even if I was cracked out, a drug addict, a killer, God still is in me. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you think God is not with these people that are pedophiles? Killer and murderers, he's still present in their life because he's their father. He don't want them to do what they're doing, but he gave us free will for a reason. So what are you talking about? Why do y'all keep doing all of this kind of stuff instead of staying in your own lane and minding your business and keeping that over there in that group that you got, that sector that want that? We got a pastor here that I listen to, and I got one of my YouTubers that keep on sending me stuff to watch. But see, one thing about with this pastor is that he got some stuff that I don't believe in, but it doesn't mean that he's wrong. But I'm not gonna meditate in something that I don't understand to be true from God. Do you understand what I mean? I'm not going to do that. I'm not saying, see, people don't understand that we can agree to disagree. And there's only so far you can take that word agree to disagree when it comes to serving God, because if there's only one God, your way can't be better than mine. We have to find the truth. Walk the walk. Do you understand what I mean? Not just talk about it. Walk the walk and find the right path. What you're saying, I'm not into none of that. I mean, the stuff was so much stuff that I couldn't even see straight because with us as women and certain stuff with men, you can't even the deacons. You can't even deal with the deacons. They looking at the pastor like he God. Soon as the person is getting up, like I just say, there was somebody here who had to keep going to the bathroom a lot. Soon as they got up, like the second time to go to the bathroom, you got the deacon running up on you with these dress pants and rumped over shoes with tassels, telling you that if you can't stay in your seat, you got to leave. Well, this person had a bathroom problem. What are you saying this in church? And he's scuffling around, calling instead of pastor, we sound like we're saying master. Yeah, let's be honest. Come on now, this man wasn't doing nothing here. You're not, and then you keep on, yeah, because pastor said. Well, what are you saying? What are you talking about? Because in here you can't keep getting up in the service. What? Getting up in the service? You mean to tell me I sat in the back deliberately where there's hardly that many people? I have a prostate problem or whatever. I'm just making a no problem. And you telling me that I'm going to have to leave because I have to keep going to the bathroom? Oh my gosh, we better knock it off. You understand what I'm saying? No, 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 no. And this is just on a regular basis out here in the world, dealing with different people and trying to find your way, and people trying to, disturb your groove, but yet they got a do not disturb sign on their groove. And they want to tell you. And I'm tired of all of this. People equate who you are with what's in your wallet. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. And I watch these people here and the way they have these relationships with these pastors. And then I'm going to tell you another thing I noticed with a lot of these churches. The pastors' children are not disciplined properly, a lot of them. Their kids think that they're because their mother and father, the first lady, the pastor, that they can do any and everything that they want. And nobody says anything. Well, I tell you what, I'm coming here. If I bring my little kids, and I can't keep them quiet, I'll leave because they ain't going down in the basement with brother Mike and sister Margaret to be pinched and hit on and dealt with inappropriately. You got to watch out for all that stuff because all that stuff don't be going. Oh no, we don't have the kids up here. But if I got a newborn baby that's gonna sleep through this whole service, why I can't hold my baby? Why the baby? Oh, not in this church because honey, when we come up here, the grown folks got to that. Well, you know what? Where's the door at? Because I came in one of these doors because I feel like I'm in the crypt. Where we at? You know, you're not doing this right. And then the pastor, what is he doing? Him and his wife, they want you to bow to them, and y'all can't even talk when y'all get around them. I'm talking about all these ushers and deacons and stuff. They skickling around. They can't have say nothing. They like the henchmen for this man. You know, you can't do nothing. And I'm like, well, what's going on here? Well, you know, pastor said everything. Pastor said. I didn't even hear God no more, but pastor said. Well, yeah, Miss First Lady and them, they told us we are gonna have a bake sale. They told us we go, and I'm like, well, what are you saying? What did God say? Where are we? Who are we? You know, and I keep telling people this. What's going on? What's going on? Just like if I'll just say you go to the church and you say, you know, you want to talk to the pastor, right? And you tell the pastor, listen, me and my husband, we're going through some things right now, and you know, he done got laid off work and you know, money tight, and you know, our car broke down, and we were wondering if you could find it in your heart to help us out, you know, with a little bit of money towards getting us another car, a little bit, anything past anything to help. $50, $10. We just need some help. And so the pastor make you feel good. I got you. I got you, sister. I got you, brother. And then he get up on the pew and all this. Yeah, listen, they going through something right now. They trying to make sure that they get themselves together and get them a new car. Anybody can put a little bit of extra money in the collection plate. That'd be gladly appreciated so we can help this family out. Well, first of all, that family did not want you to say that in front of everybody because they didn't want their business out, even if they're standing on pride as a principle. I'm just saying. And for the most part, as pastor, you already got the money. You didn't have to ask nobody else for it. You could have did that out of all the money that you collect here on a regular basis, running this building 7 days a week. You mean to tell me you couldn't give us $300 or $400 and lend us one of them 5 cars you got until we got a car or saved up some money? You didn't have to ask the congregation. You see what I'm saying? They don't care. You see? And you got something to go to the pastor for counseling. Our marriage ain't doing good, Mike. You know, he ain't got it together. Or Sarah, she's starting to go to the club and she's stepping out of the marriage and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So you go to the pastor in confidence with this. Why is he getting up there telling the whole congregation that? You understand? You know what it is when people go to confession, you know, and it kills me when they have them confession booths because you sitting there and the pastor can look and see who you are. So you done got in here and told this man that you about to kill 5 people down the street at the red house. And you done told this man and he done seen your face. What is he supposed to do with that information? You see? Father. See what I'm saying? What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do with that information? You're not supposed to tell people if somebody's talking to you in confidence, you're not supposed to tell the whole congregation. Now, there ain't nothing wrong with, you know, saying we need to see if we all can come together and get this person some money so they can get a car. That's what the church is for, fellowship, brother and sister, worshiping each other. But the pastor didn't have to do that because he had the money. You see? Not one sin is greater than the other. Amen. Amen. You're sinning, you're in it. You get where I'm coming from? You're sinning, you're in it. That's why I said it doesn't make any sense though, because a lot of times folks like to gossip. I done had so many people that I done sat around. They're supposed to be these people that I call it walkers when you're walking with God. And they would say, well, yeah, you know, I was talking to Sally and Mike, and they said their refrigerator broke down. Yes, privacy and confidence. Yes, yes, Mimi. Amen. And they say, you know, we just say it's 3 or 4 of us women talking together, you know, we're at church, whatever. And you're saying, well, you know what? He said, my dad has been in the pastor for 40 years, so I know. I mean, yes, a good one though. You see, you know the difference, right? You know what I'm talking about, brother Marquise, because these ones here that then came up with these they let the kids feel like they running you. You know what I mean? And you ain't got no time for them because you know you serving the church and taking care of other people, but you're not coming clean with it. You know what I'm saying? So it's a difference between that and somebody that's really, you know, serving God, or if these you got the, you know, the demon up in there pretending to be, you know, one of the worshipers. And a lot of pastors are, there's a lot of good ones, and then there's a lot of them that's messed up. And some of the kids feel like, because we're the pastor's kids, this is our church. Y'all can't come down here in the playroom because it's ours. It depends on how their family is raising them. That's what the whole problem is. And I got a lot of people that get together. Well, we're going to put it in prayer. Sarah and John going through something and they need a new refrigerator, and we're going to put it in prayer. And the thing is, the five people that are there praying, all of them can come up with the money out their pocket to help this family get a new refrigerator. But see, they don't want to do it. They just want to talk about it. You know what I mean? Just want to talk about it. She said, my pastor did my husband. She said, my pastor, my husband, myself. Amen. They call it the master. See, that's what I kept saying. Instead of saying the pastor, you saying the master. And I told you they had these, got this one deacon. He running around here, ushering people here, there, and talking because the pastor said, "Are you saying pastor or master?" Because the pastor said, you run around here with these oversized pants on and runt over dress shoes with tassels sliding all through this place. And the pastor couldn't help you get a decent pair of pants, but you bowing to him. He know you struggling with your family, but you here every minute for him. And I kept saying, well, what's happening to these people? What's going on here? And the thing is, people, some of these folks, pastors, they're not. And I hate to say it like that, but that's how it goes. That's how we get the creeps out here. And once again, we got a lot of good stuff too that's going on in our lives. I was saying to people back here just recently, we almost up on Christmas, obviously. But a lot of people was, talking about, well, I'm getting ready to, go to mom and them house and we cooking the cake and the pie. Do you got any people that's around here that you may be able to get together and donate a couple of dollars for a family that may not be able to have no food? If y'all cared about anybody else other than your family and what y'all can get and what y'all finna have you ever thought about maybe trying to go out and help somebody else? You got this, what we have in Turkey. We're going to have a ham. We're going to have some ribs. Have you ever thought about donating some of that meat, sacrificing your family not having the extra set of ribs and donating it to a place that's a shelter that feeds homeless people? Because another thing I don't like about these shelters and programs out here, oh yeah, we got a place for women and children. We got a place for women. But what about the men? That's what I don't like. Is people leave men out of so many things. They don't have a lot of shelters, programs, help. I don't care if you 16 to 80 years old, they don't help the men out. And then a lot of women, and no disrespect, and society, a lot of women and society are so quick to say something about men not being there for their kids, not helping with the kids. And I promise you, and please listen to me, and I mean this, any man that you can say that about, I can give you 10 women that done the same damn thing, that ain't been fit, that they ain't taking care of their kids. The same way women have criminal minds too. Believe it. Believe it. Always pushing this off. Do you know how many men that I know that has been a better parent than the woman? Women don't get a pass. Yeah, I don't understand how people do that. Why do you do that? Every man ain't like that. And a lot of people keep saying, "Oh, well, with the system, the majority of the people is women." Not where I come from. Where I come from, any woman that say something about a man, I can find about 10 of them women is just as bad. Y'all put these women up on the pedestal and talk bad about men. All men are like not like that. And then you got a lot of women. Soon as something happened in a relationship, that he ain't going under that two-legged table no more. He ain't rocking the headboard like he used to. Now he can't see the kids because y'all relationship is over. Garbage. Garbage. Stop playing with it. Stop playing with it. Y'all already know what it is. Half y'all wants to get a good man, a dog walk this man, and then try to talk about something and had something good and ran it in the ground and didn't want to try to stand with these few women that have been through something with a man. But you had a good one though. And you played them and you dogged them out. And then you want to try to fix your mouth to try to say something about it when you ain't hitting on nothing either. I got so many men that I know that has been dogged completely out by a woman to where they were a victim. And so you try to go to cops, say my woman hit me in the head. You strong man and you let a woman, They don't see, they don't look at it. You understand? See what it is when it comes to this, and I say this to women and no disrespect, because obviously I'm a female, that has nothing to do with it. It ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. You hear me? Come on now. Let's keep it real. You ain't all what you cracked up to be either. Do you know how many men that I know that done the same exact thing for their children as a woman does? The same exact thing. Do you know how many men that are in abusive relationships at the house where the woman is doing all the same things they assume or say that men do? It ain't fair. It ain't fair. That's what I keep saying. Stop playing with it. If you ain't with it, don't try to get with it. If you ain't coming correct, leave it alone. See the door. You understand what I mean? And anything that we go through, good or bad, is not wasted. There's a reason for it. You know, we can't sit up here right now and say, now look at us right now, all of us. We are on let me say, what did John say? Yes, John, that's a good idea because like I said, I do it. I'm gonna tell you, I just finally found my friend with this situation with the homelessness. It's so weird how God works things out. I got a guy that I met and we ended up and I think I talked about this before. I probably repeated a lot of times, but there's a guy that I started seeing, and every time I go out, I always make sure I have some money with me so that I can help out anybody that I can help. And this one guy I gave him some money a couple of times, and finally one day we pulled up in the Dollar Tree parking lot. And when we pulled up, I was with some family and we was gonna go in the shop, but I seen him coming out the Dollar Tree. So as he walked past me, he said, and he volunteers. Yes, and to donate, that's a good thing. Yes, it is. And Mimi says the pastor is the slave master, the minister and deacons, ushers, they are puppets. Yes, the past is pulling the strings. Yes, yes, Mimi. Oh my gosh. See, that's what I keep saying. See, that's the thing that people don't pay attention to. Is a lot of these folks, you know how you got to do something to get something. A lot of these folks don't realize that these people are not what you think they are. But if you pay close enough attention and you're looking with your spiritual eyes, you know how to vibe, you know how to feel spiritually, you know what's up with it. And some people don't have that though. So those are the ones that fall victim to a lot of the stuff, Mimi, that you're speaking about. And I do all that stuff too, John, with the donations and stuff like that. And I got this one particular guy that I was just saying too, trying not to forget. But I want to read y'all comments so we all can interact with each other. And I don't want to be the mouth running my mouth like because everybody can hear me that I'm running something here because I'm not. I'm here because I am a person and God saved a wretch like me. And I need all y'all to stay where I'm at and to keep me going too. I need y'all friendships. I appreciate y'all. So I don't want to come off the wrong way. But I'm telling you, this guy here, we talked. And it hurted me so bad for him to say what he said because he was walking, he didn't see me. And I said, excuse me, hey, how you doing? I said, do you remember me? He said, no, I'm not sure. And we were standing there talking. I said, well, how you doing today? He said, I'm doing good. And I said, do you mind me giving you a couple of dollars? He said, no, I could sure use it. And I said, I know you got a story out here. I know you done been through some things. And he was like, yeah, it's tough out here. I said, I can tell you're on your last leg, huh? I said, you done been through everything with the family. Nobody don't want to help you out. Nobody don't want to, have nothing to do with you. And I said, I know what that's like. I done been through a lot of that stuff ostracized, even if I haven't done anything wrong. And me and him started talking, and he kept telling me, I can't believe you're talking to me. He just kept saying that, I can't believe you're talking to me. And I said, well, what do you mean you can't believe I'm talking to you? He said, because look at me. Basically, that's what he's saying. Look at me and look at you. I said, well, I don't understand what you mean because I really didn't get what he was saying because I would rather be there with him than to even meet Obama. You understand? Beyonce, any of these people that everybody think is all that. So we talking. He said, "I just can't believe that, because a lot of people they shun me. They don't want to have nothing to do with me. They don't want nothing in my life. They don't want nothing for me." And I told him, I said, "Man, let me tell you something. Ooh, I said, you are my brother. You are my brother. It don't matter anything material that I have. It's our spirits connecting. It don't have nothing to do with you gonna be walking and sleeping outside, and I'm going to get in this car and go in the store and shop and get in a warm bed at the end of the day, night, whatever. That's not what's going on here with us. We're brought together for a reason. And I asked him. I said, do you have a coat? And he said no. And I, like a fool, I wasn't thinking I should have asked him what size coat because I've seen him a few times, but I wasn't able to get to him because the way he stand in the middle of the street on this landing, or he be on different parts, and I'm on this side, and it's a one way. Anyway, so I forgot to ask him what size coat he wear. So I said when I see him again, I got some money for him. I'm going to ask him what size coat he wear, then I'm going to go get him a coat. So you know what ended up happening? I didn't see him no more. And I had some money for him, a more larger sum than I normally give him. And as I drove down the street, the same place he stand on the landing, there was some people running up to people's cars, and what they were doing was trying to get money together to do a funeral for a young Latino woman. So since I didn't see him, God had it where I was able to give the money to help out with somebody's funeral. But guess what happened last week? You know what I'm saying, Brother Marquise? It just tore me down when he said that, because I was like, no, man, you're my brother. And I'm sorry, y'all, I'm getting a little crazy here, a little choked up, but it's the real feeling. And guess what happened? I seen him. I went and bought a coat, and I didn't go and get no cheap. I'm not bragging. I didn't go get no cheap coat. I didn't go in the Salvation Army, and all of those are good places. Little money, big money, or whatever. But I'm just saying, I was able to go find him a coat for $40. But guess what? It was a good coat, and it was a name brand coat. Even though I'm not into that, I'm just saying. You know how when people think that when you help somebody else out, you're gonna give them some old cruddy shoes with holes in the feet and all that. It wasn't that type of thing. I was able to get the coat, have some money ready, and I kept telling my family member, I gotta see if I can see him. So I went around, and he had walked past, so I couldn't stop in traffic. So I went back around again, and I was able to hand him the coat and some money. And if you would see he was a river of water was in his eyes, and that moment right there was one of the best experience I've had, because I was helping my brother out. And you never know, I might see him and need him again, or need the same thing myself for somebody. I don't care if I own property at house. I don't care about, that's not what I'm talking about. It's not even that I gave him the coat for God to do something for me, or for to be thanked. It's the love that we had spiritually for each other in that moment. It wasn't about nothing material. That's what people are not understanding. If you're trying to get right with God, there's something that you're going to have that is selfless. People are not listening to you when you speak this. I keep telling folks, it's not something that you're going to have that's a material item. You understand what I mean? It wasn't that wasn't a connection. And then when I was speaking about this, I had so many people in the comment section, which I understand where they was coming from. They kept saying, well, a lot of those people out there are cons and stuff like that. And I'm gonna tell you the honest truth. I know that is so true. And I have been conned, and I have been played. But something about that situation right there, I know that it was God wanting me to do that, no matter what the outcome is. Because when we went back through, he was gone. He could have went to sell that coat, didn't really need a coat, and could have been lying, but that's not why I did it. I took that chance because I believed in something greater than the situation, than any money, than anything material. I believed in God. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? And that's why. You get where I'm saying? That's why I did it. You understand? That's why I did it. And I kept trying, and I was feeling that in me as I was on this hunt to do this extra something, because I help so many folks out, because you never know when you're going to need it. And people, y'all helping me right now. And just like Miss Lynn be saying, the thumbs up, even if I'm not getting paid or anything on YouTube, that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm just saying in general. I don't know how to explain this fully, because I didn't have a lot of these type of feelings in me, and a lot of stuff that I've done with donations and do on regular care packages and help people out. Something in this moment with this guy, and it wasn't. I don't know how to explain it to you, but it wasn't about just because I could help him out. But if you would see the look in his eyes, it gave him a different something, and it did something for me too, even though we both were in different predicaments. He said, I couldn't stand Obama. Never did. Yeah, they tried to make Obama. It killed me. And once again, let's go into it. Now, I don't want to sound racist. I don't want nobody to misunderstand me. You know why most of the people voted for him. Ha. Half the women was attracted to him. And let's be real. And a lot of people voted for him because a lot of people are racist, and they tried to put him in because of what race he was or what he's mixed with. Yeah, come on, we're gonna put that down. We're gonna put that Obama mess down, because I wasn't with it for that. I'm not the one. Uh-uh. You know what I mean? I'm telling you. People play that game with that and tried to make that something. Come on now. Come on now. And half of the women too, they kill me with all of that stuff. Oh, he's attractive. Oh, he's handsome. That's all you was worried about? You were turned on, and you wanted him to be the one to make the decisions in our lives? Okay, you go ahead and go with that. Okay, y'all go ahead and run with that. Well, how do y'all feel in this? Let's see. I'm gonna say this allegedly. Look at Biden. Y'all, come on. Let's be honest. How did he ever get elected? I don't care. Democrat, Republican, independent, upside down, on the wall, frog, blue, green. I don't care. How did he even get elected? And look at this man. Nobody around him, obviously, seriously. And I've talked about this. It's so weird too, because Sister Lynn had did a video and I had done one the day before, the same conversation. What is wrong with this man, and why isn't anyone in his family stepping up to help this man out? They know he's falling down. You get what I'm saying? They know he's falling down. With Miss Lori saying in comments like that, anybody themselves to help us as servants of God. Amen, Miss Lori. Amen. You understand where I'm coming from? And I felt a brotherhood with this man in a way. It wasn't, I promise you, it was a connection. And I got plenty of people like that I have met, men, women, and children. But that right there, I never had that before. God was saying something to me with this man, and it was my mission to find him and get him just a coat. He need way more than that. This man need to go to the doctors. This man need to be in rehab. Come on now. Come on now. It wasn't that. People don't get it. It wasn't that for me with this guy. It wasn't that. And like I said, he probably took it and sold it. I didn't care about that. I shouldn't even be saying that because I got so many people that keep coming. Oh, they probably conned you. They probably play. That's not it. I don't care what it was. You understand? When I do stuff like that, it's selfless, meaning I do it for the person because I've had several people that out here like that, and I say to them, "Well, do you want they still give me a couple of dollars?" I said, "Well, do you want something to eat?" "Yeah, I'm gonna go get some food." I said, "Well, you know what? I'll be back. I'm gonna go get you something over here." And they don't gotta run up in no McDonald's right quick or no Burger King. You can go somewhere and get them something decent. You can go, any restaurant, Boston Market, and get them a good, piece of meatloaf and some green beans and some, mashed potatoes. You can get them a good meal, but they don't want that. You know why? Because they're out here trying to get high and they need the money for the drugs. So you have to make the decision which one you want to do. You want to help them out regardless, even if you're helping them get high? Seriously, let's consider it. Or do you want to just give them a food or something that they can't get high with? It's up to you to make that decision on whatever that predicament is or how you want to roll with it. He said, "Me too, they're going to throw me out too. I don't know why they don't like him." Yeah, and that's the whole thing about it with the stuff with like he was saying too with Obama. A lot of people voted for the wrong reasons, and like I said before, the president that we have right now in office right now, what's his condition, y'all? Allegedly. What's going on with this man? I don't care what color he is. I'm saying the human being, not even the title. He's here to represent so many people in the world. Even if you were, he's Democrat and you're Republican, he still has a say in your life right now because he's the one in office. This man is barely standing, you guys. You understand what I'm saying? This man is barely standing. Y'all can't tell this man is going, look, allegedly through something, rather be Alzheimer's, dementia, some psychological and physical challenges right now. Nobody's saying nothing. Your own wife, your kids, whoever around you, nobody's going to say anything. They can't tell that this man is suffering and going through something. He should be somewhere with the way he is right now. I'm not saying because of his age, because I know a lot of people that's still popping. I met a lady, promise you, in another Dollar Tree that was 91 years old, still driving and shopping and dressed to the T. You hear me? Had it all together, hair in place, lipstick on. You couldn't tell her nothing. 91, I promise you. I met her and it blew my mind. It was nice to know that you can still be fully fit at that age. But with this particular man that we have in office, he's not well. He's not well. You see what I mean? They don't care. It's idiots. You're right. You're right, Mr. Payne. It's idiots. And that's right, Miss Lori. Keep on serving. Keep on serving. That's how I feel about it too. Keep on serving no matter what it is. But I tell you one thing, our man that we got in office, we gotta pay attention to that because he's not well. He's not well. And you can tell forgetting stuff, lost. I already experienced that with family members and folks that I know that's going through what it looks like his diagnosis may be allegedly. He's not well. And I don't know what people are worried about their high standing, their name, their label to be in the world is known for this and that, just to have that man out there suffering like that. Nobody seems to even be concerned about that. As long as they can get him up there on the podium and he can say something. And what about the woman that he got working under her, under him, the vice president? What is she doing? Don't you see that this man ain't doing good? I don't care for her at all. Her, that woman they got underneath him, I don't care for her at all. They need to figure this thing out because we got a lot of problems going on here that you got to have somebody that got their self together. I mean, he can't help it, and what he going through could happen to any of us. But I know for a fact that people all know something's wrong with him. I'm not going to talk negative about him because a lot of people is making fun of this man. Thank you, Kat. I'm not going to make fun of this man, but you can tell that this man is going through some illnesses here and that he need to be home somewhere resting. He's not capable of doing what he used to do or what he's supposed to be doing right now. I think he needs to get somewhere and sit down because he's very fragile and he's very ill. And the thing is, people don't understand that all this stuff too, when we come to politics and all that stuff like that, you have to really understand what you're voting for. I don't care if the mayor, the city council, I don't care what you're voting for. If you don't know what you're voting for, you have no business voting. And I mean, a lot of times you may vote for somebody that you believe in and that they believe in what you believe in, and then they get up in office and turn on you. You know how that can go too. But this man is not well, you guys. We can see it, we know it, and we hear it. This man is not well. And just like all this controversy that we got going on out here, is it still here? Yes. Talking about the press. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, Cat. Who sends me? Be under 70. Yes, 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 Cat. Oh, 70 in Congress should have them term limits. Yes. Oh man, daggone cat. Come on now, Adam. You are walking through my brain. Do you know how many people that I was speaking to about that same conversation? They need to have a cap because there's certain things that are not flourishing properly once you get into certain setting there. They need to do better than that. He said Biden, what did he say? But Biden assistant living home. Oh, he said on prison, John. He talking about our man. You talking? Oh, John. And then Mr. Payne says, "What I get." That's right. That's right. When you give somebody something, you give them to do whatever they want to do with it. That's it. Period. Big dot. Period on that. Amen, sir. Amen, brother Marquise. You got that. You know what I'm talking about. But I'm telling you, what he's saying about the our man representing the representing us right now. He's not well, and they should have an age cap, and there should be certain type. Because I thought with all of them too, he said most politicians should be. Yeah, you know why, right? Because you don't know. You know how everybody. Oh, let's pick the lesser of the evil. Shit, ain't none of them damn good. And when you let them get up in somewhere like this, they about to walk you. They about to bring you through it. You see what I'm talking about? They about to come and run things, and half of them ain't capable. Seem like all of them that's in this type of stuff is criminals and got something shady going on, and we have to put up with it. I don't even know why that's allowed. And like you were saying, Adam, they really need to cap that age off and get that straightened out because some of these folks they just is not with it. And so you got to have a certain type of standing about yourself when you want to be in high offices like that because what happens is a lot of people be running the country by what their personal opinion is of whatever it may be that they're speaking about opposed to what we need as people in society. They're not concerned about that. It's how they want it to be. And a lot of them they think that they're gods. So that's a big problem right there too. A lot of them think that they're gods. And see with me, I know when that way with voting, you want to learn what this person say they're gonna do, hope they're gonna do it. But a lot of times you think you picking the best man for the job, and then they end up turning on you once they get up in office. All the stuff that they said they was gonna do to win your vote, they're not doing it. They're not doing it. You see what I'm saying? That's that trick. That's that trick. Oh, don't tell me about her. Oh man, wait, don't listen. Ooh, brother Marquise. He said, "Virg, the only viable candidate." He said he feels that, okay, that's how you feel, John. I hear you if that's how you feel. And let me tell you, Brother Marquise, I promise you, Carmela, huh, huh, I ain't never had nothing for her. You know what? I can tell the way she's walking and talking. Then she want to tap into a different racism about herself when she's tried to deny it and hide it from everybody to use that to get people because they think the minority folks are a certain race or income bracket that she will appeal to them if she uses that. You know where I'm going with that. I don't care for her at all. I don't care whatever they got going. If I see her, I click off. I don't care if I walk by and they got a poster up. I won't even look at it. I know what she's about. I know what she's about, and you don't even want her to take over because you know she's supposed to be up under him. You don't even want her to take over. You don't even want her there. This is bad that we don't have a better option than this. He says Trump stands on business. I was. See, and that's, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna keep it 100% real with you. I'm gonna give y'all an example, and please, let's all keep our heads on here and let's be adults and listen because we got two ears for a reason and one mouth. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I was in a store. This store is called Big Lots, and I'm gonna be raw with you. I'm from a mixed race, right? When I was in the store, there was a lady that was on one end of the aisle looking at stuff, and I was on the other end. And I was on the phone talking to somebody, and I simply said to who I was talking to, "Yeah, I can't find that corn with no salt." Something I was asking them, because you said it was in Big Lots, right? And then the lady in the aisle, she said, "Oh, it's right over here." So I you got it. And I said, "Oh, thank you so much." And I said, "Yeah, with all this voting and stuff that just happened." I know I said, "I'm glad all this voting stuff is over with and things are calming down." And me and her chitter chattering, and then I walked back over to where I was standing because I had to come over where she was to get the corn. So I'm looking at some other stuff, and this man came down the aisle and said, "Yeah." He said to her, "Yeah, we voted for Trump. Yeah, Trump is in the office." And then he looked over at me. We got Trump. I said, "Yeah, I voted for him too." He looking at me. You understand it? Let's just don't start nothing. Let's just say this is. Do you see what I'm trying to explain to you? This is where I've been having the problem at. Everywhere that I go, if I say anything about, I think that Trump got a good business head. He ain't playing with it. He know what to do. He know where the money's at. He know how to keep the money rolling. He know how to do this, that. Everybody look at you for your skin color and say, "What the hell are you talking about?" Man, let me tell you something. People don't understand. And I'm using this for something. I'm mentioning this because this is a situation that happened to me. You understand what I'm saying? I have said that I voted for a different party just to see how can I move the crowd. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're trying to fill people out, you say certain stuff to see what we talking about. Are we really down with each other? Let me get a little controversy up in this mix here so I can see, oh, sister, your slip is showing. Oh, sir, I zip your pants up. I see your underwear. Because see, now your true colors came out. You pretending to be one way, but when it's put to the test, I see what's up. You see what I mean? I know what to say. And I could tell the way he was looking, the man down the aisle, and I won't even say it to be trying to play games, throw a rock and hide my hand. I'm just saying I had to mix it up in a few different places to see, well, who did I vote for? Did I vote at all? Am I an independent voter? I want to see what we're working with here. Okay, that's all I'm talking about. But I know he had it together though with that part, business wise, Mr. Trump. And a lot of problems that people had with him is because he kept it real, and they don't like to have the real come out. I'm just giving him his props all the way around. Okay, he says Carmela is an idiot. This is John Woo. Oh, listen to John. He turning it up. Can't even talk to children, but she talks to adults like they're children. Yes, yes, sir, John. He said, "I always will stay with Trump, whether you like him or not. He's not afraid to say what he thinks, and he isn't." Yes, 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 that is true about Trump. He don't play with it, Cat Adam. He don't play with it. And then Mr. Payne says, "What if I gave you $1 billion?" And I said, "It's only good to spend on true issues like." Oh, shoot, Mr. Payne, man, you done turned that all the way up. Damn. Well, I can't even respond to that now. You got me all lost for words. Man, listen here. You already know. You already know. You already know. And and it's funny too that you said that because we just had I forgot what his name is. It was a rapper, a famous rapper. And he's sitting on here now. You're supposed to have millions, and he's sitting here doing a video bragging about he brought his 13-year-old daughter to the store, and she had only 3 minutes to spend $1,000. And I was saying to myself, I could do that. You trying to show off and brag about that? Come on, man. That way, what price do we have on stuff here, y'all? Let's keep it real. What price do we have on the soul? Come on now. Let's keep it real. What price do we have on this stuff out here? Because this is crazy. This is crazy. He said if I gave him $1 million, I know that's right. And John said, yeah, I realize how much Trump has changed everyone. He's bringing truth to those in the corrupt government, both Democrats and Republicans. You're right about that, John. Jag, you set that down. It is true though. See, I'm gonna tell you this is the thing. Even with me speaking like I'm speaking and what all of us are saying here right now, people don't want to hear the real. All of this stuff about with the government, and it's a shame too, because see, I don't want to get on here and like I said, throw a rock and hide my hand, but people are not ready to hear the real, and that's one of the main reasons why they got rid of Trump. It didn't have nothing to do necessarily because he's representing Democrat or Republican, even the independent, the non-voters. Everything he says and said applies to all of us that's breathing. Rather who voted for who, that's not what I'm trying, that's not the point I'm trying to make. He kept it a buck 50, not even 100%, a buck 50. You understand? People don't want to hear that because the way this government has run oh my god, the government's running in the ground. And I promise you, you're quick to take care of a lot of other people when you're not even taking care of your own folks. This has been a big problem that people don't understand when I speak about this, because I'm coming from a mixed background, and I'm not saying just, oh, I had somebody of a certain race live next to me and we were raised like family, so now I'm this race. No, bloodline. And I promise you, a lot of the bloodline that I'm speaking about is a lot of folks that Donald Trump was speaking against for reasons. And I understood it all the way through. And a lot of people got mad at me because I understood it. You got to help out and get your citizens and stuff right before you reach out anywhere else. And whatever you have extra, that's what you can help with. But that's not how it's going. I have so many people that have got into an issue with that. And even what I'm saying now, this may cause whoever's in the bushes that's watching, or people that don't believe in what I'm saying. I'm sorry if it's like that, but I'm gonna keep it real with you. I was in Walmart one day, and I told you one thing about me too. I noticed I meet good people when I'm out at stores, and we click like we should be friends in our lives for real, not just YT in person. And the one girl, and every time it seems like every time I go to Walmart, I meet a person that we end up having the same conversation almost every time. She said that she had applied for a job as a legal secretary, right? She said she went in, the interview went fine, and the lady told her that basically you're hired, right? So she left happy. You know how that go when you're getting something you want, even though there's a lot of emotions that come with it. It's not just happy, but she was glad. And she left out before she could get down, down all the way down the hall to get on the elevator. The lady's secretary, the one that did the interview, secretary called her back, and she said, "Yeah." She turned and went back. She said, well, she thought maybe she left her scarf, a pen, or something. But when she got back in there, the lady that did the interview that just hired her said, one question I forgot to ask you. And she said, yeah, what is it? She said, are you bilingual? This woman I'm talking about was Caucasian. And the lady asked her, are you bilingual? And she said, no. And the lady told her, we can't hire you. This is the problems that Donald Trump is talking about with the government. Don't misunderstand me. But yo hablo español también. Tú lo sabes que yo lo dice Wataguan. You see me, I big up uno for self. Mixed race. Me know it. Me know it. You understand? Me know it. A lot of that is what Trump was talking about too, that where it's changed now and that we're not valued, and then I just keep meeting people constantly with the same thing if they can't do it this way. Well, the thing is, are you willing to pay for this person to take the training just for this job, or are we in America? Huh? Hello? Let's make America great again. Let's be real with whatever, whatever. Don't misunderstand me. I got people that don't even have their green card yet in my family bloodline. Let's keep it real. I'm just telling you what's going on over here. You know, he said after enough time, real folks know what's going on. Yes, John, what you're speaking on is the truth. I'm telling you, because I know, I remember the stuff. Y'all remember all the stuff that was going down and people was getting upset that he's separating families and this person and that person. But with a lot of that stuff, do you know how many different people that I know that will put their family out on the borderline and they will send their child with a couple of kids hoping that they get somewhere to safety and they end up destitute. There's a lot going on here, and I don't want to disrespect nobody. I don't want nobody to get turned up and misunderstand. But we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna call a spade a spade. No, we got a deck of cards. We're gonna call a spade a spade. This is not the heart. This is not the joker. We're gonna call a spade a spade. It is the truth. In that area and a whole lot of different stuff that he talk about is real talk about what's going on with the government in so many areas with everything, school systems, all kinds of stuff, all of it. We all have a choice to make. And when you get the wrong person representing it, they don't cover all grounds the way they should. And then, something's left out, somebody's left out, someone's are left out. You get what I'm saying? But I know that a lot of the stuff that he spoke about, a lot of people get offended because once, like I said, people look at you and assume what color you are, your skin tone, that you shouldn't even be trying to go to that side. But what side is that now? Is it the right side, or are you the person speaking racist and you're getting mad because I'm not saying what you think I should be saying? You know what I mean? That's the stuff that I'm talking about. What people don't seem to understand that none of this has to do with this. I forgot what did he say on Wesley Snipes in New Jack City. First of all, one of the main things he said, this is business, it's not personal. You get what I'm saying? Also, he said, am I my brother's keeper? Do anybody remember that that's ever watched that movie? The crowd that's on here now. This is business, it's not personal. Am I my brother's keeper? Yes, I am. Our brothers and sisters are all colors, races, nationalities. Yes, yes, I am. Because what I do does affect you. Just like a lot of people that I talk to that's in the family that's living in different countries, on the planet. And, when the C-19 hit, oh, we don't have that over here. Okay, good for you. Wait on it. Wait on it. Oh, we don't have it as bad as you. Wait on it. You understand? This is something that you can't stop. This is something that's global. You feel me? People don't understand stomach flus and viruses and stuff like that. This is global. You don't have to say, oh, well, I live in Chicago and on the west side only, they only had C-19 here only, and the rest of the world will never be affected by it. Man, you better wake up. You better wake up. It says that the corrupt government hates Trump because, what are you saying? Afraid of headline. Yep, you're saying it, John. That's what it is. You're saying it. And see, what we have to understand about this kind of stuff like this, what are people looking for when they pick a leader? Really? Because we definitely cannot pick anybody that's racist. And if you listen to them, you have to be able to tell and when I say racism, I'm not talking about skin deep. I'm tired of everybody saying racism is about color only. It's not. Is way, 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 way greater than that. He said, Trump, get back here now. It's not. That's what people are not understanding. Racism is not about just color. Discrimination is not just about color. You feel me? Patois, some Spanish, a little bit of French. Run through a few if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? I got a few different ones that I know what time it is with. So it was a few. And even when you speak Jamaican, they have a language that they call patois, just like a lot of people that was I don't want to say the wrong thing because I don't want nobody to misunderstand me, but you know how they said a lot of folks used to speak pig Latin. Pig Latin is like another like a broken language. for certain race of people. Patois, a lot of Jamaicans speak Patois, but other races speak Patois too. But Spanish, Patois, a little bit of French. That's what I was, throwing out there. And like I said before, people don't want to deal with the real, the real. That's what the whole problem is. They said we and threats and more from peace through the strength. Yep. And see, that's the thing. If you don't understand what voting is about, you can't vote and you can't really necessarily run your mouth because if you don't know what it consists of, then you ain't going to know who to vote for. You know what I mean? And that's a hard cookie to crumble. Oh, thank you. You are too, John. You know what I'm talking about. Come on now. You know what I'm talking about because we're dealing with a lot of opposition right here from other people that's been helped out from other countries by America. And these folks actually want to run right through you and come and take it all and shut you down. And let's be real. Come on now. Y'all know what's going on. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's true. People don't want to hear. And see, he ain't about all of that. But see, all these other folks that you get in office, they allow this stuff to happen and they act like it's okay. You know what I mean? And when you open up America to the wrong folks, we got problems because you're not helping the American people before you reach out. I'm not saying not help other places, but sometimes you extend your hand too long, and then when you pull it back, you ain't got nothing for the people. That's what the whole problem is in a lot of places like that. And people want to jump and say that it's about racism. It's not about that. It's about the country being ran right and properly. And people don't understand how that's going to be done if you got people that's speaking the truth and you want to hate on them because of it, because you don't want to hear it. You think that this is a game. That's what the whole problem is when it comes to that type of stuff like that. People are jumping out here voting and they're basing it on they're getting into their feelings. They're making you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, brother Marquise. You're making a head decision with your heart that's wrong. You see what I'm saying? And see, Trump don't get up there with all that. I know that about him, and a lot of people get mad. I really don't care how they feel. I'm gonna keep it real. I know what time it is, and I keep trying to tell people you cannot make a head decision with your heart. You get what I'm saying? Because a lot of times when you do that, we get caught out there. Yeah, he's saying America's the greatest country. Yeah, the problem is how you gonna make it great again when people are not paying attention to what they're voting for. You're not what do you say? Oh well, this one right here. Make sure I keep this. That's all. We got to go out and think about what's going on with war, a whole bunch of stuff, and stop making it just about a black and white thing or a purple and green thing. Get past that part and go further into the politics of it. What are this? These are politicians. There's a reason. You got to know what you're dealing with. You can't just pick somebody that you think that's just that only and that part of them, and that's why I want them to be in office. You have to go through all of the stuff that they speak on when they get out here and start trying to win these campaigns. You got to listen to see if they really are about what you need. But if you don't know what you need, then you need to sit down somewhere. Maybe you will be a non-voter. It's everybody's right to vote, but a lot of times some of you stepping up there, writing up something just like with this thing, no judgment. And let's keep it real with the passing the thing for the marijuana. People don't know the difference of what was going on with the state with marijuana and what's going on with the government. People took that thing and ran that in the ground. And they didn't handle that right. Man, let me tell you, that got crazy. That got crazy. I'm trying my best, Marquise, because I done had some stumbling problems, brother Marquise, in my life with some stuff that happened to me as a child where I thought, they said I might not be able to talk. Might not be able to talk. And you see, I got this flabber running. I try my best, and all you guys are very intelligent and keeping it real. Y'all know what this is out here. We got some problem, and people are so quick. And thank you. That's such a nice compliment. I appreciate you. Sounds good, Kat. Take it easy. I appreciate your time and your input. We got this rocking and rolling, and we're all different people here coming together with the same message. The government's corrupt. Thank you so much for that compliment. And you have a good one too. He said he got to head out, Mr. Cat. Adam, Catertainment. You too, Marquise. I appreciate you. God bless you. And whatever you do, take God with you because you know what it is. I know you already know that. But we got to do better than what we're doing out here, y'all, because we're making the wrong decisions on stuff. Just and that's the whole thing too. You can't make a permanent decision on a short term thing either. You have to really think this out and know what you need, even if some of the stuff that you have to fold that you want to be something else greater than that, that you have to take that hit, take that L for, because you know it's going to come out better on the other end. That's what I keep trying to tell people. We do not want to make a permanent solution, I mean, a permanent decision on a short term situation. You got to think long term. Well, what am I thinking about? Well, that ain't good for me, but in the long run, what do they do with medicine, y'all? Think about medicine. What medicine did you think that we all can take out here? Anything in the world, from aspirin to cough syrup, Tylenol, all that, that don't have a side effect. So you have to figure out what's going to be best. If you're sitting up here, you got to know. You know what I'm saying? You have to know, just like a lot of people, okay, you just say you're fighting cancer. Let's keep it real. Surgery, some chemotherapy, some radiation. Well, what is that all going to do? It's going to kill, and then it's going to, it's going to save some things. Come on, think about it. When you do chemotherapy and radiation, they kill good cells along with the bad cells. So you have to make the choice. Am I going to definitely live? Because there's going to be some side effects to the things that went wrong, but the greater part will be that I'm going to live, and the things that's killing me is going to be gone. You have to think about that. If I take Tylenol for the next 60 years of my life, what has it done to my kidneys and my liver over these years? Come on, cough syrup, all this. We got to look at it. There's nobody in this world that can ever say that they're not going to experience pain and hurt, depression, struggles, anxiety. All of this is what made us who we are today. Yep, and it's business too. You know that's right. That's right, Brother Marquis. People don't understand. There was a time that marijuana was legal and cigarettes were illegal. If you do your research in history, a lot of people don't pay attention to all of those things like that. When they were doing that, like at the drugstore, when you see that bowl and they doing that grinding, that bowl, that symbol that they put up, I forgot what it's called, because there's a few different names we call it. And that was grinding up herbs in them capsules, and they'll tell you this is a Tylenol, and it got a trace of marijuana in it to help you out a little bit. I'm being silly, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Yes, yes, that's how I feel too. I feel the same way, John, and I feel the same way about all y'all. I started off here where, not with Rruk of all, but another channel I had, but with Rruk, just doing some hauls halfway on there. And then look how God connect us. And you know that really, really, we're on, these keyboards and these computers, but we're really connecting spiritual as well. And that God part that you saying there, that's where that kicks into place. I feel you on that one. Thank you so much for saying that, because that is the reality of the world that we live in. We've been blessed. This is a blessing right here, that we all are able to come together with different opinions, men, women, different beliefs, been brought up different ways, and we all can come here and love on one another and support each other. And that's the truth. Because I know in this world, there is always going to be situations where you're going to have problems, good days and bad days, up, down, and around. I can't think of one experience that we all can skip past. You know what I mean? There's nothing that you can't never tell me, oh, well, they got money and they got nannies and they got cars and they got homes. Okay, but why is the baby crying? Because they got a toothache, right? Just because they wealthy does not stop you from feeling pain, hurt, disappointment. Come on, come on. Everybody don't seem to pay attention. There's no way to get around that, because that's the world that we live in. This is not the promised land. This is not the paradise. You're the best too, John and Mr. Marquise. You're the best too. There's no way that you can tell me that you're not experiencing any of that. I don't, and people don't understand that the stuff that we're talking about is in God's hands. We cannot put no price on what this is supposed to be. People don't understand that. It don't go like that. One person don't get everything. And if we were, God gave us all talents, we're all unique, and we all bring something to the table. And I feel like if we were all the same, it would be boring. There would be no new invention of this or that, because we would all have the same thought, and that would, like, be limited to certain things. This is why I said we gotta be greater than our circumstances. And I always tell people too, when you care about people, and I'm not talking about just your own kids, your own husband, and even like with John, you may have some of your own pets. If you're not a father, you may have some pets, but you still care about stray pets. That's the same thing too. If you have some kids, you don't just care about all the kids, my nieces, nephew, my own kids. You can see other kids out here struggling that you can help. I see young kids walking here, and I be telling them, it's getting dark outside. You need to make sure you got yourself together. You make sure you don't talk to no strangers out here. Keep your head up and go home. Don't walk with your hoodie all down, your eyes can't see, coat all draped over, and you just walking. It's a ginger root and lemon juice. One shot a day, it might burn, but no side effects. Oh, you got that right, honey. Don't listen. You better stop, brother Marquise, because you finna get with me like how I do with the old remedies. And I told this, and I'll probably tell it a million times. I had got an injury to my foot. I like to do some little bit of crafting, and I bought this big old picture, but it's not a picture. Yes, it is a picture. No, a mirror. It was a mirror, and this thing was about 5'4", not 5'4" in height. Let me see, because I'm about 5'4". So I say it's probably about 4 feet tall. And I picked it up because it was marked down because it had a chip on it. So I picked it up to put it on the counter so that I can look at the area that I'm going to repair, figure how I want to design it. And I looked at it, and then I picked it up to move it, and it dropped. And the point of the end, it dropped on my foot, and it cut my foot open till the white meat show. Y'all know when you get down that deep. And I end up going to emergency room, and that was a problem. I was there for 7 hours, had to go to a whole nother emergency room. They stitched me up, but I kept looking, and I kept asking the lady, shouldn't you have? She said, nothing wrong with smoking weed. You know what? Whatever you feel that works for you, and you know that your God approves of it, no matter what nobody else thinks, because people don't understand. Marijuana was a medicine. That's what I keep telling people not listening. Marijuana used to be legal. I'm not talking about the stuff we just did now, and that bill just passed in the 2023 century and all that. I'm talking about back in the days. Weed used to be illegal and cigarettes used to be illegal. And we did what a lot of the reasons why they wanted to legalize weed, because it really does help with medical problems and glaucoma, people going through cancer, nausea. I mean, I can name a million things that is good for. The problem with it is people started all that stuff on it. Rat poisoning, letting it soak in roach spray, and you think you getting, you getting something decent. This what's added to it that caused it to be a problem and addictive in the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? In the wrong way. That's what happened with that. He said macaroon oil has the most, yes, been sick in over 4 years. Wow. Wow. I use that macaroon oil too on my skin. Yes, right. Write it down, brother Marquis. So I'm telling you, because I'm gonna tell you, like I said, I ain't gonna drag y'all into this long story, but I injured my foot, and I got stitches, and I kept seeing it. When she stitched my foot up, I kept telling her, "Don't this spot right here? Don't you think you should have put a stitch in this spot?" I'm talking to the doctor that was stitching me up at the emergency room, and she told me no. She said that's fine, and you need that because it needs, you don't need too many tight stitches, and we need to leave that area. And I kept saying in my mind that don't feel right, but I had to do what she said, what she was saying, and it didn't heal like I thought it wouldn't. So I ended up healing my own foot that was all the way down to where you could almost see the bone. I healed it myself. I healed it myself. Do you hear me? With some old home remedies at the house. That Moroccan oil. You might have to search that up on the internet too, Brother Marquise, if they don't have it in stores. I never heard of it before, that olive oil like that. I've used the Moroccan oil though in my hair, but it wasn't olive oil, so that's a good thing. Because the olive oil is good. A lot of that with the olive oil and stuff, I use that to put together a lot of remedies and skincare issues around too. And it's been amazing, amazing. Because a lot of this stuff that we got out here for lotion and stuff for your skin ain't doing nothing. Ain't doing nothing. Yeah, I ended up it's like Brother Marquise and John, I hear y'all talking about this other stuff that has good healing powers. I had to heal my own foot, y'all, because that the stitches she should have put a stitch there, and I had to get home and I kept looking at it and it just looked like that part right there where she didn't put the stitch, which I tried to tell her wasn't healing right. And then when I went back for them to take out the stitches, I kept asking the woman, this is a different one now, working behind another one, which they're co-workers, but they were doctors. And she kept telling, "Oh no, that's gonna be fine. That area, you don't got no infection on site, and you're not bleeding no more. It's gonna be fine." And I kept telling, "But that spot right there should have been a stitch. You sure? We want to take these stitches out instead of adding another one and leaving the other ones in for a little bit longer." She kept telling me no. So I came home with it, and I noticed that it just wasn't healing right. And I did some home remedies myself, and I promise you, within about 3 days or so, I healed that wound myself because she wouldn't listen to me. I promise you. I swear to you. It wasn't even me. It was God. I'm gonna be honest with you. I healed it myself using the root of a potato. I promise you. I promise you. And I've learned that remedy myself from way back when I was a child, little girl, clowning around, and it ended up helping me with so many scrapes and bruises and burns that I've had happening to me over the years, coming up, playing, falling, getting hurt. I got that cure and that worked better than anything. I mean, obviously you want to take it and clean it up with peroxide or whatever kind of injury you got. Some of them that are too deep wounds, obviously you're not going to pour peroxide or alcohol on it, and you may need to seek medical treatment due to the fact that you don't have all the equipment in your house. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of stuff that we can do at home. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff that we can do at home. And I got a few remedies that I got that work for you that you don't have to run and be on no drug. You know what I mean? Natural stuff. Because see, that's the problem too that's happening with us with a lot of our our systems where we took so much over the counter stuff throughout our lives that we done messed up our kidney, our liver, our pancreas. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of that is due to and the foods we eat as well. And then all of the healthy stuff. You can't tell me one healthy thing out here. I won't say like our own natural remedies that are natural from herbs and stuff, but I'm saying anything that you get for a medical problem, you can't tell me it won't have a side effect to it. Everything that you have has a side effect to it. And like I said, I don't care if it's just a Tylenol, a Motrin, a cough syrup. Also, the pharmaceutical is in business. People don't know how it works out here. You go to a doctor, they throw a diagnose on you and medication before they even try to see if you can find a natural way to fix it. You understand what I'm saying? The person running up in here saying, I've been having headaches for the last couple of months. They want to put you on some kind of medication for it, when in fact, did you tell them the full story? I haven't been sleeping good. I'm a drinker. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I'm working 14-hour shifts and sleeping an hour a day. And it might just be get you some sleep instead of getting on these pills that's going to mess with your kidney in the long run. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Let's keep it real. Yeah, aloe vera is real good. Ooh, aloe vera is good for so much stuff. It's good too for scars, especially, they say, with burns. Aloe vera is good for your scalp when you have dandruff and stuff like that, or some type of psoriasis of the skin and scalp. Aloe vera is the bomb. Definitely aloe vera. That's something too. That's a good thing too. And I like to buy the actual the plant myself and keep one in the house. And I also buy the big old aloe vera that they have in the store. And that's all you got. You got to cut it open and stuff. But it's good too for the scalp and skin. I'm telling you, aloe vera is good too to drink it as well too. It has good properties for our immune system as well. So I know exactly what you mean, brother. Payne with the aloe vera. It's absolute and helpful. A lot of people don't be paying attention to this old school stuff. See, this is what people don't understand is that God put all of this stuff on the earth for us to utilize properly. You see what I mean? Just like with marijuana. Marijuana it hasn't been bad is what it is. But what the problem is people take it and they change it up and they mess it up. And that's the reason why it ends up becoming addictive and becoming a problem, and it doesn't have the right healing properties to it. Because you come on, you got this now. You got regular look marijuana. Then they done added up something to it. Now they're calling it purple haze. You understand what I'm saying? Chronic. Well, what happened? You changed it, and that's why you're addicted to it instead of getting the help that you can get from it. A lot of people don't take that serious, but that's exactly what be happening. You done got yourself caught up with it now, and now it's an addiction. It's not the marijuana itself in its natural form. It's what's been added to it that caused the problem. And until we pay attention to what we adding, we're not gonna be able to get through this. It ain't gonna work. It's a problem. Because I know the natural herbs and stuff that we have out here ain't meant to do all that to us. It's dangerous when you start trying to be a chemist yourself, and then anything that they have out here that's good, somebody always try to test it by adding something to it that's going to destroy its natural abilities. Again, we end up caught out here, y'all. I know what I'm talking about. Come on now, let's do it. It's real. You really got to pay attention, and a lot of times people don't pay attention, but to things like that. But we are what we eat. He says, "Wow, my simple little cat." We are what we eat. Okay, he says, yeah. Yep, that aloe vera. We got to get a few more people to the aloe vera because a lot of folks don't be paying attention to what that can do. I mean, oh, I could tell you so many good things that it's done for me and folks that I know. It's gonna be the noisy part, but y'all gonna hear me because I've been fasting. I've been fasting for some long time now, y'all. Over what, 12 hours? So now it's time for me to make me something. I haven't won't eat too much. I'm not telling nobody else what to do or how to get down. Hi, Johnny. Make me a light little something here. I can see how we all are people talking to each other, and John was saying how God brought us together here, and we're all here and able to help each other out and get different stuff that just like Brother Marquis said that he never heard of the macaroon oil that John mentioned. So you just helped another fellow man out right there. And me too. So I never heard of the macaroon. I use that for my hair and stuff. I know coconut macaroon, but I never known that it could be used to help you. To help you out in that way. And I also didn't know that they had that type of olive oil. I mean, I know about avocado oil, regular olive oil, but I never even heard of that before. Now you got me. See, you helped me, Mr. John. And I am almost 65 and no meds despite being a drug user and a runner for many years. Yes. Listen at him. You see, that's the stuff too, John. See, oh gosh, I want you to meet this nice guy on here, John. If he ever pops up again, I got to remember the name of his channel. I know his first name. You may already know him, but his his name is Vandell. He lives off of the land, period. Like right now, he's showing his son how to hunt. I think he's got a 7-year-old son, and he's showing him how to hunt and skin cattle. They back from them days like that. He don't play with it. He's out here really living off of the land, and he's believing all of that stuff, and not to go with the government pyramid and all that type of stuff as well too. Now, a lot of the stuff that he speaks about is a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, John, because I noticed that the government will have you tricked out in a way to want you to feel that, for us as people, to feel that we don't have no kind of say in our health and what can be done and to be totally relying on them, which is all about money anyway. All of this propaganda, all of that stuff is about the money. Get back to some of them good old natural remedies. Like I said, that wound was bad, that wound that I had, and I healed it. Now, obviously, I needed it to be stitched up, but there's a portion of it I was able to do myself instead of keep running back to these doctor's appointments and making them money and then having to pop a pill for pain, adding on with that. I didn't do none of that. I did not. I healed that myself. And then there's some things that I have had to do medicine for because I don't have a home remedy for. But we do have to be careful because the government is really not, they don't really care about your well being. They're about the money, the well being of getting taking your money. That's what it's all about. A lot of us don't pay attention to that. But you saying, I accept, sir. I'm expired and things. Oh, that's so nice for you guys to be talking there. Brother Marquise and Brother John. Yes, I like that John saying that he don't rely on no kind of medications because a lot of us need to really get him and learn how to get back to the natural ways that God has made for us to be able to heal and mend ourselves. Amen to that. Natural is always the best. We lost our nature ways. Yes, we have, Mr. John. Yes, I live in a place where everything's local meat, veggies, fruits, all local, non processed stuff. This is the best. Yeah, the rest is up to you. You got that right. That is it too. And see, the thing is, when you live in certain places, the government has it where you don't have no other choice. You have no choice but to rely on what they provide because you're not living in a place that you can grow certain things. You know, you understand what I'm saying? We're set up for failure. You get what I mean? They make sure that you have no other options but to rely on them. And that's where we get caught up at. Because I know I even one of my doctors says that's why she moved to the country. And this nice lady that I met that is a pharmacist. She said the same thing. They don't live off of they live off the grid for real, for real. They just come into like the different cities and stuff for stuff that they have to have, but they don't allow all of this stuff to to be in their bodies. They eat healthy. They make up their own stuff. And this one guy that I met, he just got through making a deer roast where he killed the deer himself, grew all the carrots and vegetables that's in there. And see, that's originally where I came from, that type of stuff like that. And we got off the beaten path because we got caught up with the way the government does things. And we lost our way. And that's the truth. Got off that beaten path, got ourselves caught up in some, got way off the beaten path and caught up into turmoil that you don't know your damn head from your feet. You got to pay attention to what we're allowing to happen to ourselves and how we're being programmed. That's the stuff that keeps us from all this other good opportunities because we don't know. And then a lot of us are not in predicaments too, though. We're in the predicaments where you have to rely on the government, and I always say, once again, you have to know what's going on with yourself. We're isolated in a secret place. I hear you. I don't blame you. Hey, keep your thing to yourself. If that's the best way to be, because sometimes you open the door up. He said, please don't tell anyone. Oh, no, I'm not like that. No. You share what you want with folks. And when you talk with me, unless we got some people in the bushes that aren't commenting right now, but are watching, that's the only way they're gonna know because I don't roll like that. Even when I'm on here and me and somebody's talking about something and another person pops up in the live, I always say, whatever conversation we having, I'm not gonna repeat nobody's business. If they want to say it again, they can, or y'all can read up in the chat. Or if they saying something in the chat they don't want y'all to know, go remove your comment, honey. Let's don't play with it. I get what you're saying, honey. Amen to that. That's the problem now. We need to have some secret places. Be messing around with it. I know. I tell you, you do mess around, you will have riff and raff. I told you, people. Listen here. Is sometimes you can't let the left hand know what the right hand's doing. I said a Louisiana and a Texan man, and I'm a global girl. That's why, some of the best secrets are the ones you don't tell. Or if you do, you just talk to God only, not the pastor, not, Uncle Tom or whoever you don't want to be bothered with. The best secrets are the ones you don't tell. And that's that on that. Telling you, because sometimes you got a good thing going and you bring the wrong people in and they'll come ruin it. They will come tear down your paradise and bring in parasites to your paradise. You know what I'm talking about? I know y'all both are here because it look like us three are hanging long. I don't know if, like I said, because there be a lot of people in the bushes and stuff too. Yeah, and I know that I have one of these YouTubers out here that's very nice. Her name is Jay Morrell. Her and her husband, they live off the grid. He was an electrician and she was a nurse. And they got about maybe think about 8 or 9 kids. And with her doing YouTube, she was able to retire. Since I've been area. Oh, he's talking to Brother Marquise. And she was able to retire her husband from being an electrician, and they got about 8, 9 kids, and she was able to stop being a nurse because of making the money on the YouTube. But they live off the grid. You understand what I mean? They live off the grid. I mean, really off the grid. And when I came up too as a child, different family members in Jamaica, whether it be there, Puerto Rico, down south, wherever, they grew all of their own vegetables, raised their own hogs and cows. Everything was natural, bred it from home. And you ever notice that those people never hardly got sick or anything until they started coming up into the states. You understand what I mean? Coming up into what they call more of America, more into society. And once they all start coming here, this is when people started all this stuff with high blood pressure, diabetes, all that. They when they were eating at homegrown and their own stuff and not messing with a lot of processed foods, even though I eat and do all of that. I'm not trying to be shady. I'm keeping it real. They were more healthier and they lived a lot longer. And now that they opened up global, everybody started getting sick. People from back then that's still alive that's 90 something years old, but they were fine until they came up and started getting into all this process. You got granddaddy and grand auntie and them that ran a whole farm. Everything that they have, they raised their own chickens, range free, cage free. Everybody was more healthier. But once they decide to get up and start trying all this, new city slicking and all that type of stuff, folks started getting sick. People wasn't having no flus, no pneumonia. I don't care if it be winter down where they frozen in. People wasn't getting sick like this. It's a problem. It's all in the food and all that. We know what it is. And I ain't gonna lie, I do eat and do all this stuff. I'm gonna keep it real because it's how I'm living now, and I'm not in the area where I can, kind of go without it fully. So I do, but I know also what it is not to do that, and how much greater and better it is. I don't walk down the street with a goat. You understand? Cow in your backyard. Real talk. Real talk. From scratch, washing clothes by hand. Didn't have no washing machine. Lived there. Been there. Understand it. When you had a headache or something like that, anybody running for no Motrin, no Tylenol, you got some herbs that you mixed up and had a tea. Put something under your tongue and you'll be all right. You know what I mean? Utilize all of the grass and different stuff that we got out here. Crack open a nut and get something out of that to help you sleep at night instead of being addicted to some type of sleep medicine because you went there and said you had problems sleeping. Now they gave you the sleep medicine. And now you wonder why. Yeah, I'm getting some sleep, but I got headaches all the time now. My eyes won't stop blinking. Let's be real. Come on. Yeah, y'all know what's up. This is we're born in a dying world. And the society is failing in so many different ways because they're more worried about money. Everything has got down to the way to make money, even if you're killing people to make the money. I know that off the grid stuff, honey. And if you got something good, you be careful who you share it with, because I done learned the hard way. Everything ain't for everybody. All money ain't good money. And I got so many people that I don't be giving the jewels to, I don't be giving them the gems because they don't know how to act with it. Yes, the devil is a lie. Right about that, Marquis. Sometimes you can't drop the gems. You can't drop the gems. And there's so many people that I know some stuff that I can't tell them, because if you get the wrong people on board, they're gonna ruin it for everybody. And I literally mean that. And it is so hard when you can tell somebody something that can help them out, but you can't do it because you're gonna sacrifice too much and it's not worth it. It's not the way it's meant to go, because as you said, Brother Marquis, the devil is a lie. Yes. Yes. And I mean that. Definitely. And then I noticed too that anytime that you have something good in the world, and too many of the wrong people climb up on it, they ruin the whole situation. I don't care what that situation is. You let the wrong people in, they come clamming, desperate, dysfunctional, thief, hateful ways, bring the devil right into it and ruin it all for everybody. Telling you, I know them ways. And that's why I stopped doing it. There's so many people that need to get hip to certain things, but you can't bring that corruption around. You know what he said? Take it over, right? Suburban folks. Something. We're deeply southern here, ways, and with the mountains too. I know that's right, John. See, that's the type of stuff that I like to live. That's why I said off the grid. Even though I be around in the city and stuff, there's a lot of things that I do that are off the grid. And it has made a big difference in me and my family lives, because we're not with the street and the ish out here. You know what I'm saying? We're not with it. We walk differently than, I got people in my family right now that are in their 20s that are still virgins, that know better life for themselves. They got better plans, having a relationship with God, not about the street. You know what I mean? All this foolishness, even though I done been through a lot of heck of hell in my life, and I ain't judging anybody that do, but we're living for a different reason, a different purpose than a lot of folks out here. So when you know better, you do better. Yep, very faithful and loyal people. That's what I'm saying. You gotta get somewhere. You gotta get somewhere and sit it down and know that you know. Because if you don't, you get lost in the sauce. I'm telling you, when you get caught off there like that, nobody don't give a damn about you. I'm telling you. You got to look at everything as a motive and an opportunity. If you can do better, do it, because nobody really cares at the end of the day. That's why we all have to knuckle down and make sure we have the right kind of relationship with God. Because if you don't, you fall, victim to all of that kind of stuff out here that we have in society. Because there's a lot of stuff that's going on out here that you don't have to be a part of just because everybody else is doing. You can knuckle down and have yourself together separately from what everybody else is out here doing. Because I know with us, we not my family, we ain't with this mess out here. We're not living to hate, harm nobody, do nobody wrong, fill the prisons up with souls. No. I done been through some stuff though. I ain't gonna lie myself, but I'm just saying, we're not with it. We are off the grid when it comes to all that type of stuff with any and everybody up in your house, all that kind of uh-uh. We chills. And I promise you, it's been amazing. We don't even deal with half of the folks out here other than business mostly. Work, stuff that you have to go to, because honestly, a lot of people don't like to believe that there's no way that you can live in this world and not need somebody. Yep, Christians. I know that's right. Amen. Amen, John. I keep telling people you can't find nobody in the world that don't need somebody. And people keep saying, "Oh no, because they rich. It ain't got." Yes, you do. You got to pay that damn man that's gonna be the one that's driving you in the limousine. You got to pay that pilot that's gonna fly you in your private jet. Come on now, let's keep it real. You got to pay that maid to wash your clothes and do your laundry. You need somebody. I don't care if it's paid help. You need them. God put us here to know how to rely on each other. We just got to know the right people we're doing it with, and that's it. You know. That is it. When you don't know, you better ask somebody. 'Cause I'm telling you, I'm not with none of that. I changed my life so much, and I feel like, I feel like I know that it was the right thing to do, and that meant cutting off a lot of messed up family folks. Watch how I carry myself. Watch how I allow other people's situations or predicaments or stuff that people try to do to me. Watch how I allow it to affect me. You know, and once I started doing that, I promise you, we walked away from it all. We got away from just about all of it. You just, you may be living around people, but you're not of those people. You may live around them, but you ain't with it. You're not with the program. You operate different, and they all know it. Because I can tell people kind of act funny towards, me and my family a little bit, neighbors and stuff. But we're not with the game. And I mean, I don't really care what none of them think. As long as you don't come over here with no foolishness and disturbing our roof, go ahead with here and over there cracked out. If that's where you at right now and you lost, don't bring it over here. That's all I'm saying. We're not the ones that you're gonna come and run any kind of game and dog walk us. You know where we stand at? God doing the trial. We giving our life to God. God got us under control here. God is the leader. And there's nothing nobody else out here can say or do. We're in a whole different realm, but right next door to some people that's doing totally different without it rubbing off or affecting us. We're just doing our thing. And I promise you, it feels so good to be this free that you got a better chance of getting where you need to be and making it to heaven because you're not caught up, caught in this, in the sauce out there looking crazy. All right, information. Up a tea. Breaking this fast. I don't even know how long. In 12 hours now. So I'm going to be having me a cup of tea and something light to eat. And I don't know if you remember. John may know too, and I don't know if you remember, Brother Marquise, but I'm having me a piece of porgy fish. You know the porgies back in the day. I'm gonna have some porgy fish. Yes, I am. This is what did he say? It says rebel flags. Okay. Yes, sir, John. But yeah, I'm having. You don't remember the porgies from back in the days? That's what I'm having. A few of those. That fish is fresh. You know, luckily fresh and very good. I remember when we was kids, we used to have. They used to do us. We used to have a string when they was teaching us how to fish. A string, and then it became a can, and we eventually got a pole. Dear Lord, in the name of Jesus, thank you for this food. Bless this food and bless those that don't have. In Jesus' name, may it be nourished into our bodies. Amen. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. All right, so I'm just praying over this piece of fish here. I'm chilling back. I'm gonna try not to be smacking and crunching. Because I do a lot of fasting. A lot. Every day. I'm not telling nobody to do that. I'm not telling people that they have to do that because everybody got different beliefs and medical things going on where they may can't do certain things, but I try to make sure I do that. And it helps me out a lot because what it does is it's just some things is can be done when it comes to fasting religiously, for religious reason, also health purposes for yourself, also training yourself with food where if you're ever in a predicament that you don't have any, you have humbled yourself down to be able to provide yourself with the nourishment you need without having to ingest anything, and you can hold on. You know what I mean? A lot of cases that happens that we don't pay attention to some stuff that we can do without until we're forced to. So sometimes if you go on and take care of it, and it's a situation that you get forced in, you can handle it because you got the pre-training. Because I know that's how I am with it too. I want to know what I can do, if I can do something better to help myself and that I don't have to be forced. And I know we all been riding here for a long time, so I don't want to disrespect nobody by keep running my mouth. If y'all men need to go off and do what y'all need to do, I appreciate having you, brother Marquise and John and everybody that's been in the chat, everybody that's in the bushes that don't want to be, talked to or seen or don't want to comment. I thank you all in the name of Jesus for coming through here. And I got a pinned comment that says it's going to be chat, noisiness, and some silent in this live. So I'm gonna keep doing that. And I don't know if you men that's left here that I noticed we've been all talking here lately. If y'all need to go on and do y'all day or night or whatever it is, I'll let y'all get off and I'll go silent for a while. Anybody want to keep chatting it up, just let me know and I'll be peeping in and out. I thank you all for helping, teaching me, being my friend, having time for me, spending time with me. In the name of Jesus. Hey, brother Marquise, I'm the same way. We get in, we get out, we do something and stir around. It's what it is. I get it. That's why I said I'm gonna let you guys if y'all need to go because we've been running it for a minute. But if y'all want to in and out, I'll keep doing it because I got up there and it says, and I want to welcome the new person here too. But it says basically silent. Let me see. Okay. It says silent. Well, the mouth says chat, and then it also shows that it's going to be some noise, which talking and stuff too, or me doing stuff in the background, and then it's silent again. So I'm in and out too. And Shannon Ray, I thank you so much for coming. We just on here, and we're all. If you look at some of the chat, if you're interested, we're just talking about different strifes in life and God. And trying to do the right thing and care about each other and make real friendships here on YT. Keep God first place and do it moving. I'm glad the title seemed interesting because I do a little bit of talking. You'll hear the noise and you'll also see where it goes silent at. And the reason why I go silent is because certain things I don't want to make too much noise in the background with you guys. And I also want y'all to have fun with each other. And I don't want to seem like I'm over talking everybody because I'm the only voice y'all can hear, even though y'all can communicate in the chat section. Welcome. Appreciate you coming. Bless you. And Brother Marquise was saying it in and out. I know that's right. That's how you do it. You know how it is. Unless you want to just chill, because a lot of us chill with Jenny from the block. You know what I mean? Because I have some folks here that we done shut it down, honey, where I was cooking and all that, and they still going and we talking it up for hours. Depends on what's, what your schedule is, what you got to do, what you're interested in, as far as the content and doing things in the background. And John know we run into each other in a lot of places as well too, so we just do it moving and we all come with positive stuff to help each other out, but we also keep it real where everything you say and hear ain't gonna feel good, but it's the truth. And if it's a trigger, you gotta run, until you're ready, you know. And that's basically all we do over here. Shannon Ray. I also have some on here. I do hauls like food grocery hauls. I do some cooking, and most of all, I make friends. And that's pretty much what we're doing here. So, you listen up. If you feel like you want to interject in the conversation, add, subtract, we here for it. Said Brother Marquis says, I know to come in and out. So I'll check with you later. I know that's right, Brother Payne. Hey. And he said he is a pastor's son. I love it. I love it. And you guys are coming forth the right way with it. Amen on that. I meant to tell you that too. I appreciate that from you and your father. They're raising you up in the upright religion the right way. Amen to that. But we can get lost out here in our churches. Unfortunately, it happens. Because it's not even the actual physical church itself. It's not even God, is what people decide to do with it. Katie, I don't know if you're still around, but I thank you so much. God bless you. And I hope you're having an awesome weekend. It's all good, Sherry. I just appreciate you coming by and giving me a little bit of your time. Bless you, my dear.